temporary sugar hit, as was the money from Three Waters. It will benefit our long-term operating budget every year because the savings from reduced debt are ongoing and every year. I'm also not proposing privatisation. The airport company already operates as a private commercial company listed on the NZX. Our 18% shareholder gives us no meaningful ability to direct it to act against its commercial interest. This was diluted through the capital raising during COVID, shows how little control we have. We have no directors or ability to appoint them. The best way for us and the government to protect the interests of Aucklanders in relation to the airport is by appropriate regulation, which is well developed in New Zealand. I believe selling the shares now makes sense given the rising cost of debt. We'll see what Aucklanders think. If they don't do that, they'll have to do something else. Ports of Auckland Limited. On the ports, I expect the ports to lift their earnings to provide at least $10 million more in free cash into the council's group coffers. That will help too. To round out the mix of levers and tools that we should consult Aucklanders with, we need to use some small short-term debt, but this is obviously not a sustainable, credible approach to fix the budget hole. We have been borrowing increasing amounts for many years, and you cannot borrow your way to wealth. We should all be aiming to maximise the other levers and minimise the amount that we need to draw down with debt, especially as it makes things worse next year and the year after. Mr. Gudsall has had a good set of debt protection measures, but as these come free, all new debt will cost significantly more than what the hedgings have allowed. Consultation. The purpose of this proposal is to put the mix of levers and tools on the table for Aucklanders to consider. There are a number of other things that will need to be considered in the long-term plan, as we need to have more information to consult Aucklanders with. It's just not possible in the short time frame we've had. Voting for this will not mean you agree 100% with the mix of levers I have come up with. None of us agrees with every line of this. No cabinet or parliament ever does. And this governing body fulfills both of those roles. Much more so in past mayoral proposals, I'm proposing that we leave our options open in this consultation and genuinely give ourselves flexibility to respond to the public and changing circumstances. So let us approve it for consultation and hear from Aucklanders what they want council to do before we make the final decisions. I'd like to thank you all again for your hard work, your professionalism and your support. We've got staff to answer any questions here. But before that, I'd like to move the recommendation, and the Deputy Mayor will second this, I believe. So I now open the proposal for sayers and for questions.
Good team effort.
And the yay sayers is opening one.
All right. Well, thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for your tabling of your proposal. I think you've acknowledged all the people that need to be acknowledged, and it has been tight time frame. Just for our clarification around the table here, what has happened previously, Mr. Mayor, is we've gone around and had a whole series of questions from councillors on the proposal, and then we've all debated or made comment. Do you want to do that way, or can we ask our questions followed by comment to speed up the process? Have you got a preference?
I think we'll have questions, then
right.
comments rather than long speeches, please.
Yeah. Okay.
And I note to everybody in the room that this has been workshopped on a number of occasions. This is not fresh news to anybody at the council. And it is a bleak time. As I say, I'd wish I was giving Christmas presents.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you for that. Clarification. So I have four questions. First question is just for clarification. It's probably needed from you, Your Worship, in terms of understanding for local boards. I guess it really kind of boils down to an accounting methodology that could be used or change of practice in terms of if local boards are having to make their overall 5% savings, and they come forward with ideas that aren't related directly to the direct control budget, such as the ABS or LDI, which we talked about a little bit earlier, but it could be around savings in their rent or their administration costs, i.e. staff reductions, potentially around those areas. Typically, if we accounted for that today, my understanding is that probably wouldn't be sheeted back to a savings that they've recommended and therefore get credited with as part of that overall 5% saving. So I guess for the local boards that are listening today...
That'll count.
Yeah. Sorry?
That'll count.
Okay, so we say that, Mayor, but can you just give some assurance to the local board members that are listening today that our accountancy team, or they can, is able to make that credit back to them? Otherwise, it could come as a part of your savings, or could come as be credited back to the Expenditure Control and Procurement Committee savings, where probably they would want it sheeted back to their own savings acknowledged that way. So is there any clarification there, Mr Mayor, that we could make as an organisation for them?
I'd like to answer that in two ways, if I could, through you, Your Worship. The first one is the 295 is a group issue, so every saving helps the group issue. So I wouldn't like anyone to be trapped by accounting rules and not considering options that would improve the situation for the council group, whether that be particularly within their space or not. There are accounting conventions around where budget sits, and usually the saving will accrue to that budget area, but the detail of these is going to be worked through after the decisions today for approval by the governing body in February, and I would like everyone to take the widest possible view on the group position of getting to 295. Ross, did you want to add anything? No.
I think you can take that as a yes.
Right, just another couple of questions. I think this is in your recommendations. We look at recommendation A1E. It's talking about the additional savings expected through that Expenditure Control and Procurement Committee, Your Worship. And it talks about, that's the 7.5 million from Auckland Transport, another 5 million from the parent and the CCOs. So can you just clarify for us all the intention of you putting that wording in there? Does that include giving the ability for that committee to then approach Auckland Transport and the other council-controlled organisations to get itemised expenditure details or raw data from them, so we can actually get under the hood and have a closer look at some of the costs that aren't visible or transparent to us at the moment? So that's how I read it, but if I could just get clarity on your intention there, Your Worship.
Well, first of all, I'm glad we've got the Expenditure Control and Procurement Committee, and in fact they're only just starting, but there are already there's a lot of stuff on the web for both the council and the CCOs that needs to be fully explored. They publish all of their monthly contracts each month. We need to get into those, go through that. I wanted to go back through all of the published annual things and start developing graphs of where over the last 12 years where growth has taken. That will lead us towards where you're going to poke around in that, and will ensure that the CCOs provide sufficient information that you can aid and help them, in particular Auckland Transport, who are responding fairly well to the pressures and understanding that the need for them to look for savings. And generally management across organisations are quite happy to have people identify savings. That's what they're there for. So yes, and if we're not getting a response to that, there will be sufficient nudging to make sure that this does work.
Okay, just two more questions. This question's around the Auckland Airport shares. It may be directed to you, Peter, but it's around dilution there. So is there Are you able to confirm that if we have been diluted over the years in terms of our shareholding percentages and the risk, if we don't sell them, of further dilution?
The dilution's almost inevitable. They're about to go to a major raising to fund a new domestic airport, and we will not be contributing to that, so our 18% will soon become about 11 or 10, and at that stage it becomes less and less strategic.
Has that been announced to the market, your suggestion, Mayor?
I think
We're now
it's,
talking about a publicly listed company here. I'm not aware of Auckland Airport announcing a capital raising.
no, I don't think they have announced it yet, but you don't have to be particularly forward-looking to see that that's coming, and there have been unannounced but statements which are leading towards that, and there is a need for a new domestic terminal which they don't have current capital for, so it's almost inevitable.
And through you, Your Worship, I can confirm that there has been dilution over time as set out in the material from the workshops and in today's staff advice. Initially we were at 22.37, today we sit at 18.09 on the basis of not reinvesting in things like dividend reinvestment schemes and taking the cash and also the capital raising that occurred that we were not able to take part in.
Thank you very much. And final question is around the hiring freeze that's currently in place. Just trying to understand the status of that, just to clarify when that started, what it actually means, what is that freeze? I understand it's not all positions, but there's some consideration, deeper consideration being given to employment and fulfilment of vacancies. And since the start of that initiative, how many people have been recruited? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'd have to come back with you with the specifics in terms of numbers recruited, numbers on ice. You are correct, this is not a freeze, it's a more selective approach than that. We've continued to make sure that frontline services are recruited for. Obviously, a number of our areas have staffing ratios and service delivery considerations that require that, so the focus has been elsewhere in the organisation in terms of not filling all vacancies, only where it's demonstrably important that happen. So we'll have to come back to you with a little more detail. This is an approach that's, from memory, been in place for around 2 months now.
Thanks, Phil. And is that, I'm making the assumption that that will continue into a foreseeable future, or is there an end date to that?
There's no end date, it's a continuing focus. Clearly what we're trying to do, in recognition of the fact that there are savings to be made progressively through the next 6 months and beyond, we want to get ourselves into a position where we're dealing with staffing impacts through attrition rather than through other means.
Thank you very much, and just reserve my right to speak later. Thank you.
Thank you for those questions, Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is about debt cap. In one of the workshops when we talked about the sale of airport shares, I pointed out that the airport shares would reduce our borrowings by around 13%, and that we could drop our debt cap by 13% from 290 to 250, and that I'd like to see it capped there. The response was positive from yourself and staff. Staff said that that was their intention, and that it would also be good with the rating agencies, and we would end up with a better rate, interest rate. Yet here its last bullet point states this will also leave debt headroom for any further capex requirements. Can I ask what's going on?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Chair. The level of the debt cap is probably best considered as part of the long-term plan and looking at the financing policy, and it would be in my opinion, well worth an examination to consider what the level of appropriate debt headroom is. We have adequate debt headroom at the moment. We get good marks from our credit rating agencies for our level of financial management and staying within that debt cap. But I certainly do agree with you that it's something that should be considered. It needs to be sequenced alongside the aspects of paying down that debt, though. So one needs to come before the other, I believe.
Thank you. I reserve the right, please.
Good question. Thank you, Councillor Turner, and I do support that. And I think Mr Guts was correct with it. It's part of the long-term plan. I have Councillor Foley, please.
Kia ora, thank you, Your Worship. My question to staff is about the debt. So some weeks back now, when we had one of our very early workshops, you presented to us options. And option 2, if I recall, had in it advice from yourselves that we could borrow up to around 100 million and that wouldn't have any negative effects, that was still a reasonable option. And there was there were several options presented to us on that day. My question is whether you would consider that is still reasonable and whether that would have any negative effects on us if we were to look at borrowing a little bit more, up to 100, but around the 1995 million mark. Kia ora. Thank you.
Yep, so we were given advice on a range of different options for debt, and across all the levers there's kind of choices about how hard we pull each lever. I think the advice we gave is that within our debt policy parameters, including depreciation funding targets, you could go up to a maximum of 140 million this year. That wouldn't put us outside policy or immediately risk the credit rating in terms of being financially imprudent. But all of the using all of the levers to different extents all have different choices and implications. The problem with using debt to fund more capex as part of the operating solution is it's only temporary. The capacity isn't there in future years. So if we relied more on debt this year, you'd have to find more savings or pull rates levers harder next year and the year after. So it's a temporary benefit. And our advice is that you need a mix of levers that is sustainable over time, credible, etc. So there are implications in terms of that longer term path, in terms of having to find more savings. The other thing with using debt as a lever, there's also interest costs and interest rates are rising. So we'll have to find more savings and also more savings for the interest. So yes, it is an option, but it has a trade-off in terms of needing to pull other levers harder in the next year or two.
Kia ora, thank you, but that does mean, and I am considering it in terms of those levers because those options were presented us in that format, but it would mean we've still got some headroom there as well, right? There's still a decent headroom there in terms of the buffer.
That's correct, and in the recommendations in front of you, there are some options there. So post-consultation, you can consider all the feedback and you can make choices around rates and debt and the mix of levers at the final stage after you hear from the community.
Kia ora. Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Foley. Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, thank you. My questions relate to the leadership that the Mayor is putting forward something that has some unpalatables in it for me, but I'm really just trying to understand a little bit more about the type of resilience we need going forward and perhaps the headroom within the debt. I sat through the Audit Committee on Monday, and in terms of what was on the open agenda and the matters that were considered, the only referencing I could get on CRL was to COVID-related matters. So the question, and it may be one for the LTP, and you may not be able to answer it here, but are you aware of any non-COVID-related matters that may be coming to this council in terms of further financial obligations moving forward?
I'm afraid I'm not in a position to be able to answer that, Councillor Fletcher. But through the Mayor, I do note that he mentioned within his opening speech some conversations he's having with CRL currently. And those conversations should lead to us having a greater understanding of the level of cost, whether it's COVID related or non-COVID related, that we'll face in the future. The aspects of consideration for within this budget are that any additional costs that may turn up for CRLL will be at the end of the current profile of expenditure, and as such, while they'll increase debt at this point, they won't have an impact on next year's budget. So that's our current assumption on that. But expect to have numbers in due course when they've worked them through.
Thank you for answering as comprehensively as you can at this stage.
Good question, really. As a sponsor for CRL, I am attending meetings where we've got ourselves in this situation. It's a good project, but it was set up in a manner where we're up for half the money, but we don't have much say. So I am using my large contracting experience to try and limit what may come out of that. And again, that's another difficult thing which has been handed on. It will become an issue, and that's another reason why prudent behaviour at the moment is absolutely essential. We are attempting to mitigate as much as we can the circumstance, and I can't say a lot more of that at the moment, but I'm involved in helping.
So my question is to you, would you be encouraging us to try and remain as resilient as we can and retain as much debt headroom as we can in light of unknowns?
It's an absolute unqualified yes. Councillor Darby, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. Just on the, Peter, just on the Auckland International Airport, and thanks for the information that you presented in the workshop and the thorough analysis there, I think. At that workshop, I talked about the history of earlier this year when we had the unsolicited bid for the Port of Auckland, and that drove us to identify the strategic outcomes because we didn't have any. We had the same with Auckland Airport. At that time, I suggested that we do the same for the Auckland Airport, but that was spurned. At the most recent workshop, I suggested that we do that now for Auckland Airport to identify those strategic outcomes. If we could find any, there may not be. Can you tell me why that work wasn't progressed? Why did we not do that work at this stage to more fully inform us on the next decisions?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Darby, and through you, Your Worship. The current strategy for the shareholding policy for Auckland Airports are contained within the long-term plan, from memory, volume 2, page 291 or thereabouts, and it doesn't necessarily create the strategic objectives. Hence, the staff advice went through the logic tree and decision tree around what those strategic objectives might be. It comes to the conclusion, as you've already aware and have noted, that there aren't strategic objectives necessarily, and it appears to staff at least to be simply a financial investment, and as such it's the aspects of whether that financial investment is appropriate given the circumstances at the time, with which obviously nests with council to make a determination on. So hopefully that answers your question, Councillor.
So you're saying that it's no different to the port investment, which was a financial investment with no strategic outcomes either, though earlier this year we did identify those strategic outcomes, and you thought there was no need to proceed to at least explore the possibility of identifying strategic outcomes. I just want to check that, Peter.
Thank you for the clarifying question. The differential nature between the two investments, and they are classified as such, is the 100% nature for the Ports of Auckland versus the 18.09 for the for the Auckland International Airport. And as such, we went through the steps of: does the council have ownership control imperatives for the asset? Does the council need involvement to ensure its ownership control imperatives are met? Can the council's imperatives be met through regulation or other policies, tools? Can the council contract or a partner to ensure imperatives are met? So it was quite a detailed assessment, and it came to the view that this really is an investment rather than having strategic objectives outside being an investment, predominantly due to an 18% shareholding nature.
Okay, the second question is, considering we're dealing with shareholding which is listed on the NZX, and I know your team has its limitations, we all do, and the market expertise is not contained within your team. And a question I raised with you in the workshop is, were you likely to engage expert, market knowledge, equities knowledge in developing your recommendations? Did that occur? Did we go external and engage market expertise, particularly on the options, a blocking stake, the timing of selling, etc., the various mixes that you've identified in your assessment and analysis? And if so, if we did engage market expertise, what was the name of that consultancy or individual?
Thank you, Councillor Darby. So in terms of market expertise, we've relied at this point, until we have a determination from Council, that we've used freely available information from various advisors who comment on the Auckland Airport shares, and as you'll have noted in the advisors at the moment are mostly calling that the Auckland Airport shares are not undervalued, so we've relied on that aspect. You'll be pleased to know that many, if not all, advisors in this space have offered their assistance and are very willing to come and talk to us. We have not engaged the market at this point on any great consideration on doing it. It would be predetermining the decision to sell at this point, and we'll engage once decisions are made on the best way to optimise that. As such, the options as they are there, based on advice we've received in the past, and freely available market information.
Okay, take that. And just finally, the suggestion in your assessment on the page 37, not on the public agenda here, but of something you presented to us, that if we maintained a 10% blocking stake, that blocks a takeover from a party, then we'd need to reinvest dividends, I'll get that, or participate in capital raising. Can you tell me, and the Mayor suggested that there is a likely capital raising, can you tell me whether the NZX listed, complying with all its rules about full disclosure, has the Auckland International Airport Company at any point announced a capital raising pending?
Thank you, Councillor Darby. I don't believe that I've got the ability to answer that question fully, as I don't engage on a step-by-step basis with the NZX disclosures from Auckland International Airport. I'm not aware of any, but that does not mean that they haven't indicated within their forward-looking prospectus and an intention to improve their investments around the airport.
Thank you, Mayor.
I would also like to note that I have no information that is not publicly available.
Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I note this Mayoral proposal contains 75 million in debt, and you suggested previously, in answer to a previous question, we could go up to 140 million in a workshop. If I have my fingers and toes correctly counted, that's $65 million we wouldn't have to find in savings. Can I, if you have it to hand, do you have the comment that you guys advised us in the workshop about going to 140 million, what that would mean?
Yeah, I think the advice was all similar to my previous response. So we could go up to the 140, be within our debt policy limits, including depreciation funding. What it would mean, if we used more debt, we wouldn't have to find more savings this year. We'd have to find it later. So all it does really is, using a bit of debt buys you time, but it means you've got a bigger task to do next year or the year after. Plus, you have extra interest on top.
Just a follow-up, I'm not sure if you can answer it, but I'll give it a try. Isn't it appropriate to look at a temporary benefit like this, as we've advised, when this process is so rushed, and looking to an LTP year to do something more fundamental?
I think it's a balance. So we need to find things that can be done quickly and give us time to work through things. But we also need to find things that are sustainable, and we don't so we don't build a bigger problem, bigger challenge next year. So it's finding that balance between what are short-term things that can be done quickly versus what is going to put us into a better, more sustainable position, so we don't have bigger challenges and the need for higher rates increases over the next couple of years.
And just to add slightly to that, that's the reason for the 4 criteria within the staff advice of being credible, sustainable, affordable and implementable. Some filters that can be applied to that balanced approach that the governing body decides to achieve.
Okay, on another tack, can I confirm whether proposed cuts to healthy waters maintenance are going to consultation, or has it already happened without asking the public?
So those changes to how we budget for some of that healthy waters maintenance is proposed to be for immediate implementation. It's not necessary. It's not a cut to planned activity. It is about how we budget, how we make provisions for some of the reactive maintenance.
Okay, so in terms of reactive maintenance, do you think it's wise to cut stormwater spend in that way for reactive maintenance when we have 1 in 100 storms every year? Just 18 months ago, one ripped through my ward and Greg's, costing people's homes $1 million of damage. Shouldn't we ask the public about that?
I think the answer, if I could, through your worship, is we're going to be wrong when we budget. That's the nature of budgeting and forecasting. It's never actuals. The best, most prudent way of budgeting is sort of on the average rather than going for a peak. That way we're not overrating. However, we do still have the capacity to respond to events as they occur. It may well be the case that we're seeing that average increase over time, but budgeting appropriately for the midpoint is better than over budgeting for a 1 in 100 type of event.
Yeah, 2 more. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Has there been work on this budget indicating how it will impact low-income residents in their communities?
As you appreciate, Councillor Henderson, and through you, Mayor, once we have the decisions from governing body, we'll be able to drill down into more of those aspects. At this point, we do have affordability metrics and aspects which we've considered. We've considered them as part of the general rates and provided advice on that within the material. But the dispersion and distribution of that has not been able to be completed at this time.
Okay, so just so I can confirm, this is my last question, thank you, Mayor. We're not in a position at the moment to provide advice on whether poorer families will get hit harder than those well off?
I'm not sure if that's a statement or a question through the Mayor, but as I've said, we've looked at affordability at a general level. As we get into more detail with our budgets, we separate that out by different locales and local board impacts. We haven't done that at this point.
Thanks.
Thanks. Just to add to that, of course, new debt costs a lot more than the stuff we're getting rid of. So, Councillor Lee.
I thank you, Mr. Mayor. In regard to Auckland International Airport, we can note that prior to the pandemic, the earnings were 59 million per annum in 2019. Does management have any information from Auckland International Airport on any prediction of increase in post-COVID throughput and therefore projected profits post-COVID? Is there any information regarding that?
We have used projected through you, Your Worship. The advice we've provided has used the same information that I mentioned earlier, the market available advisors' views rather than necessarily Auckland International Airport's declaration of their dividend policy. So that's been included in the workshop material. I would note that we do see that increasing over time. However, it would be diluted by that dividend redistribution aspect that I was talking to, but we don't have anything that's not in the public arena. And I'd also note that the 59% was when we had a greater percent of the shareholding. It has been diluted since.
Okay, so we don't have that information. Has that information been sought?
Through you, Mayor, we have the information available for those projected dividends from the market analysts, and we've included that in our material.
I think I'm correct in saying at no stage does the dividend come anywhere near the cost of the debt.
We don't
Councillor
have any
Newman.
debt on Auckland International Airport. They were given to this council for free. There's no debt on the airport shares.
Sorry, our debt. We borrowed to hold things. That's the debt you should be considering. Councillor Newman, would you mind just being a bit closer to your microphone?
Thank you, Your Worship. I took on your advice from yesterday. How am I doing, sir? Peter Ross, the questions that I had, Dr. Weiss has previously indicated that the adjustments and impacts in terms of the changes in maintenance and also, I guess, following on from Councillor Henderson, the healthy waters maintenance changes, I suppose we will have to just accept the advice we received that we can make this happen, but probably the changes wouldn't be significant. How soon can we have a discussion about precisely what those changes will be? I want to know what they look like. I want to know what a change to the mowing and the bin collection services looks like. I want to know what the changes to catchment maintenance looks like, so I can make an assessment as to whether that several $1 million worth of savings is actually worth it, or whether we need to look for something else. So when will you be able to? When will the people in charge of those contracts and Healthy Waters be available to explain that information?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Newman, and through you, Your Worship. That was some of the material that was presented in the workshops, at least at the high level. There's again, it's a high level within the agenda here today. Page 103 talks to some of those aspects. However, I think to fully answer your question requires the level of information that is started in the fact sheets, but then goes into the consultation document itself. Which will be the focus of work from now until you get to consult and adopt the consultation document in February.
Okay, so in early February, because I'm not interested in the high level, my question is specifically, what does this look like? I want to know what this looks like. In early February, we'll be able to sit down with senior management at Healthy Waters and for the people who are responsible for negotiating the maintenance contracts to answer the questions as to what a change in the mowing schedule looks like, what a change in the bin collection and the catchment cleaning looks like. That information will be available in some detail at that point. I appreciate that the information that's been presented so far is high level. I'm after more detail.
Perhaps if I could call my colleague to the table to talk about the implementation aspects, consultation and service.
Kia ora koutou, and thank you very much for your question. So we have looked into this in more detail and we will be providing more information available to the public as well. What we're very mindful of is we want to minimise the impact on our communities and particularly the visibility of some of these proposed changes to our communities. We're proposing some key options here. First one is around the optimisation of bins. So we have a large number of bins across Tamaki Makaurau. Some of those bins are in close proximity. Some bins require a lot less emptying than others. We would not be targeting bins, for example, that are in front of restaurants, busy areas or beaches where we see high usage, but we do have bins that can be reduced in terms of numbers that are less highly used. In terms of the garden or mowing service levels, we're proposing to reduce garden maintenance for some of our gardens, but not the high-profile gardens. So we will be excluding gardens such as the winter gardens, botanic gardens. We will also be excluding cemeteries. For the mowing, we're proposing to look at reducing some of the mowing schedules. And what that could mean in some areas is a 25 millimetre, slightly higher growth of grass. We are trying to do that in a way that minimises the visual impact, but members of the public may see some impact. But we do believe that we can reduce the spending by focusing on these priority areas.
Okay, Dr. Weiss, I think that it would be very good if we could have a more detailed discussion in early February. I'm sure that a number of my colleagues would agree with me on that. Very, very keen to have a discussion about that. My next question, my only other question, Your Worship, and I do reserve my right to speak, I absolutely support the need to seek more savings from Auckland Transport and acknowledge that the mechanism identified is more savings triaged through the Expenditure Control and Procurement Committee. Can I just understand from officers, what is the mechanism to achieve that? They are a CCO, they do have their own management and board, but what is the mechanism to be able to do a dive into that particular organisation, identify, and then direct the savings?
Thank you, Councillor, and through you, Your Worship. I believe this also goes to a point earlier from Councillor Sayers, and for the avoidance of doubt, it is really important that we don't double count. And also that processes align. However, the focus that I took from the earlier speech from the Mayor was the stretch target elements of the aspects within expenditure control, and also the acknowledgement that there's a lot of alignment between elected members and management in terms of cost savings. In terms of the development of that process to achieve it within the expenditure control, as you know, we had the workshop yesterday to begin that conversation of how to work that through. It is like many things at the moment, a process of development given the pace and speed at which we are trying to move and the pace and speed at which the economic environment is changing. Okay, so are we doing an exchange of letters through the directors of the Board of AT in relation to that? I'm not quite sure
that you're clear as yet what the mechanism will be. I'm more interested in trying to ensure that those bins get emptied ahead of a marketing budget for Auckland Transport. If there's no mechanism at this stage, if you want to acknowledge that, that's fine. But we will need to have some sort of mechanism in place by early February to achieve this.
Actually, there are two. We've got a statement of corporate intent, letters to go out, and we've got 2 directors on board. And so, and they are there to act in the best interests of the company, but also to act, they've been appointed to act in the manner that we've suggested that they do. And if they act in a manner contrary to that, they won't be directors. So that should answer that one. I've got about 5 more questions, after which I'm going to have a break, because I notice members of the public are disappearing out for 2-minute visits somewhere. Councillor Dalton, who is on crutches somewhere.
Thank you, no, I'm not on crutches, but I do have my legs up on my stool. Just a few questions. I wanted to ask about if you could, Peter, through the chair, just clarify or confirm the $1 million for the savings and the ECE if we withdraw from direct provision. What's the breakdown of that? $1 million?
Management will answer that.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Dalton. I'll bring Ross Churnside to the table. He's been missing out and would love to talk to the process here. While he's making his way to the table, I would reflect back to the appendix which talks about the savings opportunities and indeed the filtering mechanism which we go through, which I do talk about the must-dos, should-dos, could-dos and won't-dos aspect, and Ross will take it from there.
Thank you.
Thank you, through the chair. So there's probably 3 elements that make up the potential financial opportunity. There is the fact that on an operational basis, there would be we'd no longer be making the loss that we're currently making today. The second bit would be the savings in corporate overhead support costs that support the activity. And the third element is the opportunity cost or the alternative use of that space if it was rented out in another use.
And my question, I think, is going to be, you don't know, because it was a similar question to Councillor Henderson, and that is the impact on low-income families. So the very families we're trying to protect from a cost of living crisis, there's actually other things within this mayoral proposal that are contradicting exactly that. So no assessment on the impact on families involved in our Kāori Kids ECE.
To the chair, the answer is the same as what was given to Councillor Henderson's question earlier. You know, these are things that we work through as we develop the consultation material. Should there be a decision to consult on that item?
Okay, thank you. I have another question. Does Council apply for funding to philanthropic organisations and through Class 4 gaming machines to fund any of our work?
Thank you, Councillor Dalton. You've stumped us. We'll take that question away if that's okay.
I think it's quite important if we're proposing to cut grants to community contestable grants, and we're also seeking funds from that where they would need to go for their own survival. I think my other questions were mostly around the return on social investment. It's the questions that I would like to get some answers on before, next year, when you can bring them next year.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dalton. I can now confirm through the magic of technology that Class 4 doesn't typically fund council, but lotteries will co-fund with council in some circumstances. But we can dig more up on that.
And perhaps if we could find, oh yes, thank you, Peter, just different philanthropics and how much they have funded council to run our programs alongside the ratepayer dollar. Thank you.
I believe that philanthropic people support the art gallery. Councillor Hills has a question.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. And I'll just say I have had some family news, so I'm not sure how much, how I might have to go up north, so I might not be able to be here for the whole event, sorry. Just some questions on the council grants. The specifics on those, will those be very clear in the consultation?
Just calling Claudia to the table again.
And another question to do with that, there is about, as far as I know, well over $500,000 of grants, at least in the arts and culture space, which are already locked in, contracted for 2 or 3 years. Are we looking to unpick those as well?
Through you, Your Worship, and thank you for the question. So, Customer and Community Services, but also other directorates in council do provide a large number of grants. The initial proposal here has been to look at the contestable grants, and within the contestable grants funding, we have some grants that can be potentially immediately addressed in the next financial year, which would allow us the extra financial leeway to make immediate savings. A large number of our grants, however, are contractual, and we do have contractual obligations. And so therefore, we will need to, and we will be identifying by February, the types of grants that could potentially be impacted so that the communities and elected members, of course, have visibility. There are limitations, and so we will need to be very careful, and we are already looking into this matter.
Okay, and will we have time to do any research on how many of the organisations, because often we are the first funder before organisations go out for other funding. Will we have any time to do research on how many of those groups will have to cease activity due to our decision?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Your Worship, I will need to look at that with our teams to see what level of detail we have. Sometimes to minimise the impact, we may look at quite sort of broad potential smaller cuts across a larger number. That may minimise the impact, but we need to look at the detail and then can understand further what specific abilities we can implement and what could be the potential impact. There could be some organisations that do rely on our core funding, but we haven't confirmed that yet.
Thank you. On the ECE, how, when you factor in, and obviously I'm not going to say the numbers, but when you factor in potential redundancy, if closure was the case, probably the staff time to go through this work, our assumption that we could earn $500,000 to $600,000 a year from, say, commercial rental, but that would be dependent on local boards, in my case, on the North Shore ward, deciding what goes in there, which could easily be room for hire instead. How can we assume a saving could be made in this year, even if it was delegated to CEO, which I'm thankful the Mayor has listened to the community feedback and myself and others on that, so thank you, Mayor. But I guess I'm just unsure how we can count that number assumption and Audit New Zealand would ever support it when there's so many variables.
Thank you for the question, and it's a very good question through you, Mr. Mayor. The actual savings that we've put forward here as part of the initial proposal is only our direct costs and the overheads related to the direct costs. So what we haven't included is the forecast potential alternative leasing of sites, and that will require some extra work. So there could be a potential further upside that we haven't assessed at this stage. In terms of the redundancies, the market is in high need of workforce. When we had a look at online sourcing or seeking of staff, there's a very, very large number of vacancies in the industry. What we would anticipate doing, should in some sites we move ahead with our ECE, moving perhaps to alternative providers, that we would work with alternative providers on transferring staff, minimising the implications for our teams, and of course minimising the implications for our customers and our communities.
Thank you. And sorry, Mayor, two more just brief questions. On AT, it does, and of course none of you can speak for AT, but I am concerned that their main go-to is just straight to service cuts. So, is that just a recognition that we will not have the bus drivers to fill those services anyway? So this is a reduction in budget based on actual output, or are we not ensuring they put cuts on not public-facing activity like bus services?
Oh, there's a whole lot of things in AT that aren't necessarily bus drivers' costs, and so we're having a whole look at that stuff as well. So I think that's where a lot of that's going to be from, and that's where I'm hoping that Williamson's committee will poke around in those areas as well. They themselves have admitted, the chairperson, that they're looking for a fresh approach to management and other things within. So I think it doesn't necessarily automatically run to a bus service missing.
Okay, thank you. And last question on local boards. Obviously huge concerns about those assumed LDI cuts, but there's been a lot of answers on that. My more specific question is then, there is a comment here that fees and charges would only be going up by a maximum of CPI, but I've seen figures as of last night where some charges and fees would be going up hundreds of percent, even 1,000%. What is the sort of eyes that will be looking on that, and why is that verging from what we've got in here, which is a maximum of CPI increase?
So in the next item on the agenda, there's a report on fees and charges, and there is a general assumption most fees move with inflation, but there's some exceptions, and they're set out in that report. So it's probably best to cover that in the next agenda item.
Thank you.
Your Worship, if I could take the opportunity with Dr. Weiss at the table to clarify a question to Councillor Newman of earlier. We talked about the optimisation, minor reductions to open space levels of service. That is contained within the recommendations today for delegation to the Chief Executive. So I wanted to make that clear, that would be something that fits into the implementable type of filter, so that we can get going on it early and achieve those savings throughout the year. So I wanted to make that clear.
Okay, I was waiting in hope of finishing the questions before we had a minor break, but the questions are growing in a cancerous way, so we will have a break for 5 or 10 minutes now for the relief of all those who are ducking out of the room surreptitiously. We'll convene in about 7 minutes, if that's all right. Your question?
Thank you, Your Worship, and sorry to ask again, but just a couple more questions on the airport. I wonder, staff, if you could just let us know who are the biggest shareholders of Auckland Airport shares. Then I've got another question about the share price as well.
Okay, thank you. I'm just asking John Bishop, our Group Treasurer, to come to the table as he believes he might have that information.
Yeah, thank you, and through you, Chair. Look, I haven't got the specific information. Clearly, Auckland Council's the biggest shareholder at 18.09%. Most of the other shareholding is quite widely dispersed, with a number of New Zealand offshore institutions plus retail holding.
Yeah, kia ora. And yeah, thank you for that, because I think the point I'm trying to make is it seems like it's being downplayed what our holding is or what our stake is in the airport, but in fact we are the biggest shareholder by more than twice. I think the second biggest is only about 7%. So although it is 18%, 1809, and it doesn't sound like a lot, it actually is significant. And, you know, I'd submit, Mayor, and as I have in the past, that it is strategic, not just for a financial reason, but also because, one, it's in the Act, but two, because it's an airport, and it's Auckland's airport, and I think Aucklanders like to have a stake and a say in the airport. My second question is around the share price. In the papers that we had before us, the proceeds for the sale was based on the price back in November. Do we have an update how much the proceeds might be based on the current price?
Again, through you, Chair, look, the share price fluctuates quite a lot. Today or yesterday it's around about the $8 figure, so the proceeds would be just in excess of $2 billion. But it's fair to say over the last 12 months the share price has fluctuated between the very high sixes and very low eights. And just remember that the share price is focused on forward-looking information, so it's the market's best assessment of the future cash flows that the company might generate.
Thank you. In terms of a trend, though, for the last, since we've been elected, would you say it's trending up, the share price?
Through you, Chair, I'd say it's sideways, to be fair, and has traded sideways over the last probably couple of years, to be fair.
Okay, kia ora. Thank you. That's given that we've been in a COVID environment too. So kia ora. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Ferry.
Thank you very much. I've got a number of questions in the revenue raising area. First up, so and it might strike some as odd that I put this in the revenue raising area, the early childhood services. So there's an opportunity here for them to be cost neutral or even make us a little bit of money, which is not uncommon in the early childhood sector, even for community-based centres. So, for example, there are no fundraising targets for any of these centres now, which is quite common and community-based. So have we looked at other options other than exiting them in terms of making tweaks to improve the financial performance, if that's the concern? And maybe while Ross is walking up, can I just say we're getting some conflicting answers today and in writing on some of the issues around this particularly. So I'm looking forward to getting some clarification on those over the coming months as we work through the issue. But if I could just ask about that, tweaks rather than to improve financial performance rather than exit. Thanks.
Oh, thanks. So through the chair, if I take the latter part of the question to looking at how we improve financial performance, certainly as part of the review work we've looked at, how can you improve the overall operational performance? And some things within there is actually how do you better roster your staffing? How do you make sure you've got the right ratios? How do you look beyond an individual centre into multiple centres? So there has been some work done on there and some things that the team are looking at to implement regardless, to improve performance. In respect of other revenue sources, it's not something I'm aware that we've done any direct work looking for other sort of sources of revenue other than the direct charges that we've got and obviously the subsidy that's coming from the government.
Okay, thank you. I'd just note that we haven't had that information around those financial performance improvements put before us, and that might have a bearing on whether there is a saving here or not. Then I've got a couple of other revenue-raising ones. So one's about car parking. So we have talked about this a little bit at a workshop, but I did just want to interrogate it a bit more. So we've got some stuff there around our car parks that council owns, the car parking buildings, sorry, in the first instance. Are they considered to be back up to pre-COVID level now in terms of parking use? Is this the new normal, or are we still at below? Like, have we set a new baseline here? I know we're setting a new baseline around bus use, so are we setting a new baseline around car parking?
I'll just invite David Bardsley of Auckland Transport to come to the table.
Thank you.
So thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Car parking has recovered, but it is still below pre-COVID levels. So we track our public transport and our car parking recovery levels on an ongoing basis.
So given that we do seem to be discussing a new baseline for bus patronage in particular, when would we go, well, this is actually the new normal for our car parking levels, as opposed to we're still waiting to get back to pre-COVID?
So car parking has returned to a lot closer to pre-COVID. It is up in the 90 percentiles, and the usage of those car parks in the fee structure is something that we are discussing as part of the parking policy.
Okay, so there is an opportunity there potentially to put some of those prices up, noting that councils' car parks generally charge less than the private ones. Is there an opportunity in that space for revenue raising?
So under the current policy, it is a demand-based pricing structure, and it has some triggers, and that is something that would have to be reviewed under that policy to change that.
Okay. Yeah. Does that also apply to on-street parking, the meters, for example, at the northern end of Mount Eden Road?
I can't answer specifically to that question. I don't have that knowledge.
Okay, I'd be interested in that too. I'd note I did have to drive part of the way in yesterday, and I paid $4.50 for 11 hours of parking, which is about the same as I would have paid if I'd caught the bus the whole way on full fares. So that seems a bit low to me. Thanks. I don't have any other AT questions for this item. The next two are around the targeted rate for water quality and natural environment. We've had a number of people in touch to express concern about that, and we have had some reassurance that the short-term temporary reduction proposed, the reserves can cover it. I just really want to understand that a little bit better, because I'm concerned that we're kind of making a future problem for ourselves in this space, that we do a temporary reduction, but actually at some point we probably need to catch up. So acknowledging that a lot of the work in these programs has been slowly ramping up, and so of course we have some reserves now, but we would need to access them in the future. So I want to understand that a little bit better, please.
Thank you. I'll ask Barry Potter to come to the table now so he can talk to this space.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for the question through the chair. So with the natural environment targeted rates, there are programs that can continue on and will carry on through. Those are to do with the Curry dieback tracks, the work that's been done on that, mainland plant and pest control programs, Hauraki Golf programs, pest control, and other programs will continue. Putting it on hold for 1 year, we can manage that. If it was to go on any longer, then that has quite an impact on those programs. With the water quality targeted rates, those programs continue. There's work being done for looking at the central interceptor, a possible extension of that from Grey Lynn through to Point Erin that allows more work, better outcomes. The separation programs that are underway in Waterview, this is sewer stormwater separation programs, Blockhouse Bay, Point Chev, Grey Lynn, Cox's Bay, those programs can continue, and other ones as well, the work that's being done at the moment around the Eastern Isthmus Water Quality Improvement Program that's being looked at. So those programs can continue, but for 1 year, we can cover that. If it was to go on any further, then it would have impacts on those programs.
So with respect, I don't really feel like I got an answer. I do really appreciate those lists of the projects, but I'd like to understand, if we're not getting some money, what were we going to spend that money on? And I understand there are reserves, but over the lifetime of this targeted rate, we were going to spend all of that money. So we're going to be losing some money in one financial year. What's not going to be paid for as a result of not having that income?
Over the lifetime of the targeted rate, it would want to see that extend out for a year and cover that period, so it gets us through a short-term period, but delivers the same outcomes over the life of the program.
Thank you, that's precisely what I was after, and I'm personally actually quite comfortable with that, but yeah. Then the long-term differential pause, sorry Barry, this is probably not for you, the long-term business differential pause. The local board I've been on has strongly supported this historically. Is there some room to do some research and some comms around the actual benefits that businesses get from their council rates? Because I think that's been a missing part of the equation, and it would be really important to have as part of the consultation discussion. I think a lot of businesses just aren't aware of how much of what council funds supports them as a business. So are we going to do some work in that space? And then I've got one more short question.
The council's original decision around the long-term differential strategy was based on a view that businesses benefited a bit or imposed slightly more costs on the council through heavy trucks and greater stormwater demand from more impervious surface and other matters of that nature, but also had a slightly better ability to afford to pay rates based on economic advice received by the council, and because they can claim back the GST and expense rates for tax purposes. But the council felt that the amount more they were being charged than residential ratepayers was too much, and that they would therefore gradually reduce it over time. So some of that work has been done and considered previously when the original policy was adopted.
Okay, I think that might be something worth revisiting, particularly in a I wouldn't say post-COVID yet, but you know, we've actually shown a lot of our support for business more visibly over COVID. I think it would be really helpful in that conversation about the pause to bring that to the forefront. My final question.
I just might say, as a person who pays both, and I pay them in other jurisdictions as well, actually the differential is quite low here in comparison with nationwide. So in that regard, and there is another thing that I've just been chewing over, which may have some benefit with regards to the questions that were asked by the local boards, which is something of your interest, I must admit. Quite a number of the BIDs have been accumulating quite large sums of money. So with local boards, some of them support the BIDs as well, but I'd have a good look at your BID and see if they've got accumulated funds before you toss your own out. So that's part of my thing about getting them to have a look at every possible thing. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Carrying on with your next question,
okay.
Council.
Thank you. So just finally, going back to the regional grants which Councillor Hills raised, how oversubscribed are these funds already? Are we talking about funds that are already, we get twice the request than we can give out, or 10 times? I think that would be helpful for us to understand. Suggest there might not be a lot of other options for some of the people applying to them. And also, I think Councillor Hill's asked around this, but I think it would be good to maybe get an answer later in writing about if there are some scenarios about reducing the pools temporarily rather than cutting entire pools, funding pools. Thanks. Not swimming pools. Don't worry, Sean. Yeah.
Perhaps those people who are called regularly to the thing, such as yourself and Barry, could sit a little closer in the interests of our improved efficiencies.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the question. So, in terms of the grants over subscriptions, that very much varies by grant. So traditionally, the former committee that would look after many of these regional grants was the PACE committee, and we would generally see a degree of oversubscription, but not entirely. So it's very difficult to just simply lump it into one category. As we think through the potential grants implications, what we could do is have a look at where those risks may be greatest so that members of the public and our elected members can be more informed.
Thank you.
Councillor Watson, please.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. A couple of quick ones. The first one in relation to the airport shares. Have we sought any information regarding the anticipated range of transaction costs that would be incurred by a sell down? I'm not asking for an exact cost, but the range that we would anticipate.
We've used a heuristic assumption within the background material of 5%. However, we haven't indicated any greater specificity than that because we wouldn't want to set a particular price if it does get down to it.
Yeah, okay, so around about 5% has been identified.
You do better than that, mate.
Yeah. In terms of, so thanks for that. In terms of the resolution we're going to vote on in a minute, and this goes to Auckland Transport, and I understand that resolution from the Transport Board was made a few weeks back. Is there any response or willingness to take into account just very recent matters, as recent as yesterday, in fact, where the government has signalled its intention to essentially eliminate the 25 cents a litre subsidy that was given to motorists, and also remove that half price fares for public transport in March. So 4 million's identified up there. I'm wondering, does Auckland Transport, after this announcement, see any possibility, of perhaps cashing in on the 4 million with a greater upsurge in public transport usage as a consequence of petrol going up 25 cents a litre, and B, question the advisability of a 6.5% increase to public transport at the same time as the half price subsidies coming off. So a kind of contradictory questions there, Mr. Mayor, not all that well expressed, but I guess going to one, the advisability of putting up PT prices at the same time as the subsidies being removed, and alternatively missing out conceivably on an opportunity with a lower PT or retaining the PT pricing regime to attract more people to use it rather than putting up the price. It's a bit convoluted, but I think you get the gist of what I'm getting at.
Thank you for the question. I'll ask David to come to the table again. I do know that they were expecting the half price fares to come off, and that was within the consideration set when they were the board was looking at their price. In terms of public transport patronage impact of the fuel tax going back to its normal level, I'll pass to David.
So thank you for the question, Councillor Watson, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I believe there are two elements in that question. The first is around the fare setting, and I draw the attention to the half price fares currently is about who pays for that fare. So currently that is split between the central government funding that and the user of the service. In terms of setting the fare price, fares do not cover the cost of public transport services. There is a delta between the two, with the cost being higher. We've suffered inflationary pressures and those costs have escalated. So any change in that, or any change in that fare, or a decision not to take a fare increase, increases the amount that has to be funded between Waka Kotahi and Auckland Council. So I think that is the answer in terms of the fare piece. And in terms of our patronage targets, the patronage target for the 23-24 budget year is a growth target, and we are not there at this stage. We have activities in place to try and get us to that, but it is still a challenging target, and it would put us in a sort of recovery mode post-COVID. The half-price fares is difficult to quantify exactly how much impact that has. And if you come back to that patronage target, it is a challenge, and we have active programs to try and meet that challenge.
Good question, but very political, that one from, I think the half-price fares is more about votes than passengers, but Councillor Filipina, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Tēnā kōrua. And I just wanted to see if Cloudy could come up. I just got a few pātai in regards to Kāori kids. Tēnā koe te rangatira, tēnā koe Claudia. In regards to the Kāori kids, what are we in regards to any payment or anything else that we do from a regional perspective to have them in the centres that we do?
Thank you very much for the question. So for those who may not know, we have 10 ECEs across Auckland, and with those ECEs, they're serving around 300 tamariki children at the moment. We're estimating that the regional funding for those ECEs is subsidising each child in the order of about $3,000 per year.
And the decision for us to remove ourselves, for want of a better term, out of Kāori kids, was that made at the Value for Money Committee?
Thank you for the question. So there has not been a decision made. What the Value for Money Committee has been looking at is, as part of our legislative obligations of the Section 17A reviews, which looks at our contracting models and the value for money that Council offers its services at, ECE came under that category. What the project team has done is that they've assessed the ECE centres, they've had a look at various options, and as you heard from Ross before, there are a number of options under consideration. It is important to note that no decision has been made.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that that was publicly known, that there has been no decision made and it's going out for consultation. And so, yeah. So, Claudia, the other thing, I don't know whether it's you or it's for Mr. Wilson. As a result of the proposal to go up for consultation, do you know how many staff will be affected? Just numbers, I don't know, in regards to the proposal.
Sorry, Councillor, and through you, could you clarify the question? Do you mean with respect to ECE or more generally?
No, this is why I said it could well be answered by Mr. Wilson or even yourself if you wish. This is why I clarified that particular point. The reason I'm asking is that there are some information that I have that there's going to be some staff affected by the proposals that's going out for consultation, and for me it's about a numbers game around the staff, And when I say numbers game, are we looking at 20, 30, 40, or is that information that can come back to us or to me over the January and then coming back to council in the February, March month?
Through your worship, I'll take that one. The answer is no. We don't know with any accuracy the number of staff who might be impacted. That's going to be an evolving thing to clarify over the coming months, Councillor. We'll keep you advised of that. We've messaged this at a high level into the organisation, so there are no surprises, but also sensitively, you'll understand until we've got plans.
Yeah, that's why I didn't want to sort of get into the details as to where this could possibly happen. It's more a generic question, so I'm glad with the response that I've got from Mr. Wilson in regards to there are going to be some, but then that'll come back to us next year. So I then just got a few, Your Worship, I got a few partai on the airport shares. So would that be, kia ora, Claudia, ngā mihi ki a koe. Would that be to you, Peter? Yep. Okay, look, there was an article in the New Zealand Herald. I don't normally read the New Zealand Herald for any articles apart from sport, but this one here intrigued me. And that was on the 2nd of December from a Grant Bradley, I think it was. And he mentioned something in there that I just wanted to sort of ask you, Peter. And what he mentioned in this was a council document from late last year shows that in our Super Cities 10-year ownership of the airport, the cumulative total return to Auckland Council, including dividends and capital growth, has been 324%. Do you know where that would have, which document that would have come through, Peter?
I don't have that information. I read the Herald on a Saturday. There was an article in there in the financial section, only Saturday. I didn't think that was funny. I see. All right. I read it online at other times and subscribe digitally to their premium service. However, without being flippant, the business section of last Saturday's Herald had an aspect around mortgage versus investment. There was a question to Mary Home, and it talked about the risk-free return of paying off your mortgage at this particular point in time and how clear it was. So that was something I did see in the Herald. To come back for your total return on to the shareholders, including capital growth, the capital growth is an interesting aspect because we hold it as a dividend investment. So that aspect is really what's important, and within the staff advice we've provided the dividend value back to FY10 for information as well, including FY14 where the capital return came back to shareholders. I'm not doubting the individuals' figures. I'm just expressing a view that with the place in which we find ourselves now, we need to look at what our opportunity cost of holding that value on our balance sheet is.
Yeah, so look, the reason I mention it, and I know and I understand the point you're making, Peter, but the reason I mention it is that publicly people need to know if in fact it's in a council document that these airport shares have been a benefit over the last 10 years. So that's the reason why I've asked that particular question. If I move to another part in regards to us, and this is in regards to the annual plan 2022 of the airport. And I mentioned that a few weeks ago in regards to the profit and how they forecast 100 to 130 profit after tax of 100 and 130 million. Are you also aware of that with the documents that have been pushed out by the airport with their annual plan?
Through you, Your Worship. As mentioned earlier, we use the dividend forecast from market analysts and their consensus view on that to inform our view of the financial return that we will gain from the airport. And as such, they they squirrel over the financial projections of the airport on a daily basis.
Just the last part, Your Worship, and I'll reserve the right to speak. There was also in the financial reports from the airport of CapEx between $300 and $600 million. Are you aware of that as well?
Through you, Your Worship, I believe the same answer applies to that question as well.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Filipaina, Councillor Bartley, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is around, well, first of all, I heard this morning about Zeal and the potential of losing their building. So I'm wanting to know what is implementable but not going out for public consultation, because they seem to fit in that bracket. And the ECE was in that bracket, but political intervention has taken it out. So what else is there?
Last year, for a starter.
Sorry, Councillor Bartley, I'm not grasping the intent of the question. Would you be able to give me a bit more information?
A lot of this, like the 4 factors you mentioned before, one of them was what is implementable, and your council will move on those even without any public consultation. So I'm just trying to garner what would be involved in that, which organisations will be affected, what exactly are we doing where we haven't included them in what we're going out for public consultation.
So what we've done here is we've looked at a wide range of possible cost savings, and then we've run a lens across it around what are the things that are material or significant in accordance with the council's significance and engagement policy. So some things that are more back office support functions, those kind of fit within the delegations of chief executives across the group. Other things such as small adjustments to certain budgets aren't all that significant material. Some things have fundamental impact on services, such as public transport services or grants or local board funding. So some of the things are more significant than others. So what you've got in front of you is some recommendations. Some of them are what are the significant things that affect public frontline services, and they require public consultation. So the recommendations there is to consult on those via the annual budget. Other things, it's about things that can be done and progressed under delegation. And so that will be up to staff to get on with and just implement. And that will help de-risk, de-risk the situation that we get to 1 July next year and can't fully implement all the savings. As staff implement some of these things, there may well be discussion with affected customers, affected staff, discussions with local boards along the way, but but not necessarily the full public consultation with Auckland. It is quite risky if we wait for all of these things until May, June, when we can make final decisions. Trying to implement by July is pretty tricky. So what we've got here is a proposal to only consult on the things that require public consultation.
I think that's a concern, Your Worship, because we don't have oversight on that, and a lot of our communities will be affected by those decisions that we've passed over for delegation. So how do we as councillors get oversight on that aspect, especially if it's not going for public consultation? Brings into account issues of fairness for our communities. They won't have a say on these decisions because it won't be in our public consultation.
I think possibly what we're talking about here is that there is $30 million of carryover that was organised by the previous council and approved to be put underway before we've added it into the additional 60 that we're asking for. And I think that's possibly the ones that they're saying they're going to go ahead and do, because it was agreed that they were putting in place $30 million worth of savings. I think that's what we're talking about here. And not because we're debating the 60 million on top of that. I'm pretty sure that's what led to that statement before. And it is a bit confusing about statements also, that when I spoke previously about airport capital raisings, I was only assuming or guessing there would be one. I don't know any specific knowledge that there will be one, but you don't have to be a genius to look ahead and see it's probably likely. Okay.
I think from our community's point of view, they're hearing about all these budget cuts, and this organisation got a letter to say that their building was at risk, or they're at risk of losing their building. So there does need to be some information to us as councillors about what is fitting in that bracket, because to the community, it's all about budget cuts.
Through your worship, understand the point that's been made here. I suggest perhaps, Councillor, we pick this up with you afterwards in terms of communication with the people affected.
Yep, and they're also working with Councillor Henderson because it's in his area. And my other questions are, can you confirm that Council is looking at reductions with community and social innovation programs, please?
Thank you very much for the question, Councillor Bartley. So the Community and Social Innovation Program is part of a broader spectrum of support that Council provides to our communities that land in the economic and social development space. So one of the options that has been put forward that would go to consultation is how can we potentially reduce the expense on Council of running community and social innovation programs. Many of those programs at the moment are funded by central government. In the current forecast financial year, that's about 70% of the program is funded by central government and 30% is funded by ratepayers. The intent could be variable. We could look at options around how do we get extra central government funding, extra philanthropic funding, or potentially make cuts if that were the direction that we received.
So the answer is yes, we are looking at reductions.
We're looking at improving our operating position.
Okay, I take it that we are looking to reduce in the community and social innovation space. Would you know the value dollar of the contracts that we receive from external partners, government agencies in regards to community and social innovation, please?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So we have about 15 million that we receive through central government funding for the community and social innovation team. We receive a variety of other central government supports as well through other services and other directorates.
Is it fair to say that if we are looking at reducing our function in the community and social innovation space, that those partnerships and the money that comes from them are at risk?
Thank you very much for the question. We would like to hope not. The mahi that has occurred has resulted in some excellent outcomes for communities. And if we were in the direction where we needed to pause or stop some of that funding, then we would need to look at alternative solutions. There could be a risk if that funding were cut that some of the communities whom they currently serve may not receive the supports that they need, and there could be an economic or social impact as a result of that.
Thank you for that. I think it's a clear example of where council is doing more with less. So I appreciate the questioning. Thank you.
There is actually opportunity for more income from the government from some of these things as well. Of course, it's not just a cut there. Councillor Leone, please.
Kia ora. My question is just around what we've looked at in terms of assets. So I know that we're obviously looking at having a low rates rise, and that's focused on supporting our families given that we're in a cost of living crisis. But I just wanted to check before we obviously look at having to cut funds in the arts community and sports area, have we looked at all other assets, selling assets, including the golf courses and things like that? I just wanted to get confirmation on that.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll bring Ross Turnside up to the table again, as there's attachment B to item 16 in your agenda today. and I would not be at all surprised if it got lost in the bulk of paper today. There is a look at the potential sale of council property assets. The dimension, of course, which we're juggling as well as looking at those assets, is the time frame and implementation aspects to them. But Ross, do you want to talk to your paper briefly?
Yeah, thank you. And I think the time frame's the key point. There are other opportunities around council assets. Councillor, you raised an example there around golf courses. These are probably more things to be considered as part of the long-term plan and beyond there, given the time it would take to implement any such decisions. The other element is there is already quite ambitious targets for proceeds from asset sales built into the current 10-year budget, and we're working our way through achieving them. There are some upside potential there, but they all get harder and harder to implement.
Councillor Walker.
Ross, if you want to stay there.
Of course.
So I've just got a couple of questions around the information that we're going out with, particularly in the extra attachments. And really all I'm interested in is an answer is a yes. We have some information around assets sales, and amongst them it mentions golf courses. It references a golf investment plan that's largely been discredited. It also contains information suggesting that a round of golf is costing the council $500. Now, my particular concern, and again I'm just interested in a yes around this, is if we're going to go out with that sort of information around golf, can we go out with that information around every other sport for comparison, so that Aucklanders know what the relative costs are of sport if we're going to make those kind of assessments? Can we also receive information from Golf New Zealand and Auckland Golf and others around the veracity of that sort of information? Because I would suggest that it's not helpful. So all I'm looking for as a yes is, can we add some further information to actually moderate what we're going out with?
Thank you for the question. I'm not going to give a yes or a no answer to the question. Okay. The information in the memorandum provided to the councillors was in response to questions raised in workshop. Those questions around, the council's level of investment in golf. And so the information provided back was, in relation to that question, in that there is work started with the golf investment plan and decisions were made to do more work on that golf investment plan and then go back out to the community with it. The overarching memo was, well, that work could be accelerated should council decide to do so. In simple terms, if you go to the trade-offs, one of the things we want to get to with the service prioritisation framework that we consulted in the last annual decisions, conversations to be made much more deliberately and much more transparently. So to be very clear that we're spending X amount of money on this and Y amount of money on that. The benefits of X is this and the benefits of Y of that are these are the appropriate things. So that's a longer way of saying yes to, I think, Councillor Walker, that you should be able to trade off or compare different services in the same way, but not necessarily yes to going out in the consultation document, because there's nothing actually in there around golf per se in the consultation document.
So further question in terms of comparisons with X, Y and Z, and X, Y and Z might be rugby, cricket, football, women's football, any number of sports. Do we have any comparative costs on any of those, and would that be relevant to give a fair comparison? And is the information contained in the golf investment plan, as I say, which is largely discredited, which this is based on, correct?
Perhaps I'll grab that one. There's additional engagement on the golf plan in the new year, so I'll park that one there. I'm not sure this is a relevant conversation for the annual budget mayoral proposal, but I would refer back to the prioritisation framework and the criteria we're looking at. So that's the starting point for a number of these discussions around whether we must do, should do, could do or won't do, and then the staff advice will be provided on those aspects as they come through. And the criteria, of course, the key one, or one of the key ones, is implementable within the time frame. So I think those peripherally answer that question. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, the other question I've got, and essentially it just goes to the Auckland Airport shares. Is it going to be helpful at all for any information to be conveyed that we might be aware of? That, as the Mayor has mentioned, we're aware of information, and I'm particularly referring to the upcoming year, where we're going to host the most significant tournament that Auckland has ever had in respect of New Zealand has had in respect of the Women's World Cup of football. The number of visitors from the United States alone is calculated in the tens of thousands. Do we have any idea of the overall impact on the Auckland economy and conceivably the relevance to Auckland Airport around these sorts of considerations as it goes to timing?
I'm afraid I do not.
That's okay. And the other question I've got, just very quickly, just goes to Auckland Transport, the reprioritisation of the climate action targeted rate, which is still looking to fund buses, many of which we know are empty or containing very, very few passengers, maybe 3 passengers if you're lucky in a bus. In terms of Auckland Council's oversight and direction to Auckland Transport, are there any indications that we're looking for around a recasting of the climate action targeted rate as it goes to wider than just bus prioritisation? Because that may not be good value for money in terms of reducing carbon emissions and, for that matter, saving money.
The climate action targeted rates in the next item on the agenda. At the moment, there's no proposal to look wider than just adjustments to bus services through this annual budget. But that's stuff that can be considered and looked at going forward. And there's now a climate action target rate governance group that's been appointed for this term of council, and that would be appropriate matters for them to look at and could feed into the LTP budgets discussions.
Thank you. I've got 2 last questions, and please keep them to what we're discussing, not the next events. Thank you, Councillor Dalby. I'm sure you won't do anything silly.
One last one from me, Mayor. Thank you. It'll be brief. I have a question for the Chief of Strategy, please. And thank you, Megan. Noting there's no climate impact statement on the Mayor's proposal, that is the paper, and I appreciate that it's early days, Mayor. And reflecting on an earlier question I put to Peter Gudsell and his team, Megan, about looking at the financial response, having that be viewed through a strategic lens, e.g. looking at equity, looking at climate, looking at all the subsets of the Auckland plan, transport emissions reduction pathway, etc. And I'm interested to know how your unit has interfaced actively with the finance unit to ensure that the financial response has been seen and, not just seen, but it's been, the financial response is knitted with the strategic settings of the council to ensure that the financial response is accurate to the strategic settings, as I've just outlined, and actively being alongside your unit and people like the Auckland Transport Strategy Unit on the transport components, etc. I think you know where I'm going on that. So I look forward to your response, please, Megan.
Through the Chair, thank you for the question, Councillor Darby. There has been some work together across the group, but also particularly with finance, and probably more particularly around some of the transport work. But given the time frame, and this has been responded to in other questions, I couldn't say that there has been a consistent or full kind of strategic lens put on this. In terms of putting it out for consultation, this committee will make that decision, and then there is work that we need to do to come back to you with the questions you've raised today, plus this one around, and what could the package look like then for your ultimate decision in kind of May, June next year. So there's been some, Councillor Darby, but not full.
Thank you, Megan. Thanks, Mayor.
Councillor Lee.
Mr Mayor, a question in relationship to the recommendations as opposed to the proposal per se. So the recommendations are to give expression to the Mayor's budget proposal. In A, we have stated agree to a preferred mix of budget levers to address the estimated 295 million operating budget for 2023-24 as the basis for consultation, etc., etc. Are we saying that the items in Roman 1, A, B, C, D, E are actually up for public consultation?
So what's up for public consultation is the overall shape of the budget and the mix of levers, and then within that some items are for immediate implementation and others, under delegation, and others for consultation. So for example, under B, you've got Auckland Transport. Decision has been made by the board around fee increases, and that will be implemented this financial year. So that will happen before the end of consultation. But other things such as the more substantive and OPEX reductions that impact on services and things like rates increases and airport shares, all those things are subject to public consultation. So what the recommendations try to do is make it clear what other things we're consulting on and what other things we're just getting on with.
So the long-suffering public transport users are going to be hit with a 6.5% increase. There's no opportunity for them in this process to say no, overwhelmingly we don't want that, and the council will then listen, or how does that work, or is this already set in concrete and nothing can be done about it? What is the answer to that?
The answer to that is that's an Auckland Council Transport Board decision, and you're right.
You know, and about the
Pay
council,
attention.
the Auckland Transport Board is not always right, Mr Mayor, and you should know that. And don't always listen to good advice. So, can the public submit on that fare increase or not under this framework?
No, not under this framework.
So why is it in there? But anyway, let's move on. Moving on to, given the rationale for the selling of the airport shares that this council inherited from far-seeing regional leaders from the past who built that airport and handed it down to us as beneficiaries, the whole rationale was to, because of debt, increase in interest rates and so on. On E4, we here are meant to support a modest increase of up to 75 million of additional debt funding of the capital program, which will free up rates funding for operating purposes. So we've been asked here to increase our debt at the same time as we're meant to be selling airport shares to reduce our debt. Have I got that right?
So there would be a small increase under that in relation to that 75 and a much bigger decrease from selling the airport shares and using the proceeds to pay down debt. So the overall net result would be a large decrease.
I'll leave my comments to later. Is that, so that 75 million is, I take it that is principal you're talking about?
So what that is, we have a depreciation funding policy. We have targets that determines how much of the capital program is funded from debt versus from rates and current revenue. We're not quite up at the limit of that policy, so there is more capital expenditure that's currently being funded from rates, and it could be instead funded by debt. So that's what that bit relates to. It's just about the mix around how we fund the capital program, and it's taken on a little bit of extra debt in that space. That's what it is. But yes, when you look at the overall debt, you have to consider that and the airport shares transaction.
Thank you very much.
Just for clarity, I think that the proposal is by selling one, you reduce debt by 2 billion and you add a little 75 back to cover the shops. Where the value we've had from the airport is that it's an asset against which you can borrow, but we've borrowed too much. Oh no, there's one more. Sorry, Shane Henderson again.
Yeah, sorry, Mayor. Thank you very much for this. I just wanted to get clear for the public that may be following along to this. If this gets passed today, can you take us through the next steps on the consultation and what happens after this?
So if this gets passed today, there's certain items within here that will be implemented under delegation, but then most of them will be ones that go forward through the consultation. The next steps from here is that staff will prepare consultation materials that sets out items of consultation, that sets out this preferred mix of levers, and within that, if you agree to the proposal to consult on changing the airport shareholding policy, that requires a statement, a proposal to amend the long-term plan, which requires audit. So we will go through that audit process. We will then come back to you in early February and share with you draft materials and talk to you about the consultation approach. And then mid-February, we'll be asking the governing body to adopt the materials, and then consultation will start probably in late February.
That's really helpful. So just to be clear, this vote is not on supporting the levers per se, it's on supporting it to consultation and then asking the public what they think.
Correct. As you can see, that says agree to a preferred mix. So you're saying here is a proposal, this is the preferred solution, but community, what do you think? And there's plenty of flexibility to make changes based off that feedback.
I just refer you back to item 7, which was explaining that, but nevertheless, thank you for that. We've now reached the end of the questions, and if your staff would like to remove themselves, we can go into debate. I'm aware that it's 1 o'clock, so we'll see how we go. At 1:30, I'll decide whether we're going to stop and have lunch or we're just going to starve through till night. Councillor Sayers has got something to say, and Councillor Turner's got something to turn, presumably.
Thank you, Your Worship. Savings ideally need to come not at the expense of lowering of service levels, lowering of community facilities, or decreasing access to those communities' facilities. So for that to occur, there needs to be bigger savings in the operational costs from our council-controlled organisations. This being from Auckland Transport, Eki Panuku, our urban regeneration arm of council, and also Auckland Unlimited, our economic and cultural agency. Further to this, there is about 1.2 billion, I'll just repeat it, $1.2 billion reported across the group's annual reports in a miscellaneous column called Other Expenditure. And these aren't currently itemised or broken down, giving transparency to residents, ratepayers or elected members. I'd be seeking that the chief executives of the council-controlled organisations think about beginning to prepare and to provide to that expenditure control and procurement committee a breakdown in those areas, but particularly I'd like to emphasise around consultants' costs, and particularly perhaps around consultants' earnings that are over $100,000 per annum, or consultants' earnings over $1,000 per week. Because unlike central government, the Auckland Council Group in its reporting doesn't have to give detailed information on the expenditure of consultants. Currently what happens is those, Madam Chair, those costs are capitalised into the projects. And so, so they're not being reported to us through staff costs or any other budget lines in any detail. So I guess really, I think it's going to be important going forward that we see a change to the Auckland Group's accounting methodologies or practices to begin itemising other operational expenses. And I'd suggest that we begin looking at those consultancy costs, because I'm predicting they would make up a bulk or significant chunk of that 1.2 billion currently being reported as a bulk item. So that's all I have to say, other than I will be supporting the budget proposal to go out for consultation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next comment from Councillor Turner.
Councillor Sayers just stole my comment. I agree entirely. We need to look internally for savings. We seem to be just looking at our periphery where there's little savings to be had, but I too will be supporting the budget to go forward to the next stage. Thank you.
Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just at the outset, I'd like to acknowledge you and your fledgling team, as you put it, who have pulled together this proposal to address the rather challenging, if not dire, financial position Auckland Council faces. Over 11 billion in debt. We knew about that. We didn't know about the near 300 million operational deficit. And I guess we're soon to find out about the latest blowout in the CRL. In these circumstances, Mr. Mayor, I think the expression receiving a hospital pass might be something of an understatement. And I think it's important to put that on the record right at the start, because this is a situation you have inherited, not created. And nor is it one that has just appeared out of the ether. Some of these issues have been building up for the last 12 years. Others have been hastened by decisions of the last 3 years, and certainly not all of those COVID related. So when I hear the kind of rather trite cliche of pulling different levers trotted out once again, I think, Mr. Mayor, we're going to very soon come to the realisation that this is more a matter of totally reconditioning the entire gearbox rather than playing around with levers. And in my view, there will have to be some significant structural changes that emerge at some point from this process. As far as the Mayor's proposal goes, the first point I'd make is exactly that. It is a proposal that is going out for a genuine public consultation. Like others around the table, I have a number of questions and reservations. But I will be listening very carefully to what people far more knowledgeable than me have to say about a number of these items, from the Cowrie Kids Early Childhood Centre to the man out in West Auckland who's worried about his Youth Development Trust and the 500 young people that go through that. And also to some of the bigger ticket items, such as the airport shares, where in previous years the removal of the Auckland Council Investments Limited in the previous regime. It will be nice to get at some point a
investment perspective on this asset, as opposed to just selling off income earning assets such as it is to plug an operational gap for a couple of years. Finally, Mr Mayor, I certainly agree with your assessment of the impact of a large rates rise on Aucklanders and the hardships that people are already facing. The last thing they need is a double-digit rates increase, especially when they just had a 6.4% increase before any interest case in this earlier on in this year. So I would just make one proviso, Mr Mayor, and that is that I certainly expect any eventual decision making to be significantly informed by a rigorous analysis of all the council finances by Councillor Williamson's committee. I will certainly be looking to that as a guide and a very helpful input into the difficult decisions that will have to be made and that have to be made for Auckland's long-term future. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you very much for that contribution. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Your Worship. I want today to acknowledge your leadership in putting this to us. You have embraced the mandate that you've been given by the Auckland public, and I applaud you for fulfilling your legislative requirements to actually go out boldly with what you believe in the short period of time that you've had to pull all the strands together. It's only a mere few months ago I was being assured under a former mayor that there was absolutely no funding crisis and no potential for a crisis. In fact, I was probably being accused of indulging in shroud waving, and that there was no hole, despite our eagerness to take the sweetener that came with Three Waters. And at that time, it just wasn't credible to me. What you're putting up today is credible. It may be unpalatable, but I recognise your genuine attempt to actually come to grips with some of the systemic changes that we need in going ahead. And I think that that builds on the governance structure that you've got and your determination to align your policy and funding together moving forward. But I do realise that this is just for consultation, and I do want you to be aware that while I strongly support having this being passed today for the purposes of consultation, that there are issues within it that I don't like, and I recognise, while on the one hand your leadership, but on the other hand your determination to give us the scope we need to really dig in through that period of consultation. So I'll just touch on a few issues. One, I'm not yet persuaded on the airport chairs. I felt it was a mistake under the former council that we got rid of Auckland Council investments because we haven't been doing the analysis as fulsomely as we might have. And at least what you are putting up today will mean that we are going to have that analysis and we can have the debate. So I welcome that. I am quite concerned about perhaps some unintentional decisions that may have an impact on the arts and cultural sector. And I know that some of us are really keen to work with some of the long-standing practitioners to ensure that there is going to be ongoing sustainability in that sector. You know, something like Q Theatre, which is so important to the arts scene, they are reliant in terms of the funding that they got through the LTP, and I just don't know where that sits. But I applaud your willingness to at least have the debate on some of those things, and there are some very good people to advise us on issues like the Art Gallery. We've had wonderful people like Sue Gardner in the past with the Chartwell Trust, really running campaigns to help us be aware of what is at stake there. So, you know, you're throwing all these balls in the air, but I think that that is going to land properly after we've given due consideration to the issues. I also really applaud, and you haven't mentioned it today, your willingness to really engage central government with long-standing, very overdue legislative changes. If we are trying to make the right changes in the arts and cultural sector, why hasn't the ORAFA legislation been already repealed? Because we can't take those strategic decisions, because all we're doing is ticking boxes to say what we've actually dealt with. I don't want to take up too much further time. All I will say is, however unpalatable some of these things might be, there will be, and for those who have supported me in the past, I give my word that I will give due consideration to those issues that have been raised by way of concern, and I believe that we can come out the other side in terms of trying to find a fair and sustainable pathway forward. But I do support your courage in putting the issues up today. You haven't tried to hide behind anyone's skirts in doing so and sort of engaging us all in endless workshops to get to this point. You've fulfilled your legislative requirement. You've put out a challenging a challenge to us all, and I hope that the majority of councillors can see fit to support this today and look forward to the debate as we will have it going forward into next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Filipaina, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Firstly, I want to just take umbrage to your opening statement, Your Worship, and as you know, I would say that, and that was the statement you said around the financial debt you find yourself as left by my previous predecessor. My umbrage to that comment is actually a slight on the governing body in the previous 3 years. That's my point with that. Because can I just say, the previous speakers, they've already fallen on their sword. I will not be doing that, because I have, in the 19 years that I've been here, I have done that, and the reason I've been doing that and the decision and thinking about, and all of the 19 years has been based on my community that I represent, and because we're regional councillors that include Tamaki Makaurau. I also, and I hope Councillor, the Deputy Mayor, doesn't sort of mind if I mention her in this particular point, and that is, she took us through, Your Worship, she took us through the emergency budget, the recovery budget, and I just felt that there was a slight on her as well, and us, in regards to those decisions in the previous term. So, Your Worship, as always, I'll just put that in front of you because you're here, and I waited for you to get back before I mention it. So, Your Worship, I do, however, realise that you're in a point at this particular moment that you've had to put your mayoral proposal in. So, as always, I will be supporting your mayoral proposal for it to go out for consultation. And that's important, because I've done that in the years that I have been around the governing body table. I also want to acknowledge all the local boards, because, Your Worship, as you also said in your opening address, it is so important to have them on this journey with us. So, for me, I've said things here and asked the partai that I did to our staff. The reason I do that, Your Worship, is because I want that information to be out in the public arena around the financial report that was put out by the Auckland International Airport. And, for those that have read it, good. For those that haven't read it, please, it's 2022. It's been on their website. And Your Worship, the final thing for me, because as I said, I'm going to support your proposal to go through for consultation. But item 7 that we had when we started the governing body, I just want to mention 26 and 27. And that was the stock exchange, the disclosure statement that we released on the 7th of November, basically saying that the operating gap has been larger than projected through the annual budget at around $270 million due to the rapid rise in inflation and interest rates. So, and it then goes on in number 26 that there are a broad range of budget levers, and, that's what you've done. you've done that and put that in your proposal. So I applaud you for that, Your Worship. The other is the release and the updated inflation and interest forecast by the Reserve Bank of New Zealand on the 23rd of November, and that's in the agenda as well. And that updated estimate of the operating budget gap of 295 million was verbally reported to governing bodies. So, Your Worship, again, and this is the last time I mention it, this is the third and last time, I will be supporting your proposal to go out for consultation. Tēnā koe.
Thank you, Councillor Palawa. Very fair assessment. Councillor Dalton, are you okay?
Yep, I'm good as gold. Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for the proposal that you've put before us, and it's been quite a challenging proposal to digest in such a very short time, but as you mentioned earlier, everyone's been under the pump to try and get something out. I too will be supporting your proposal to go out for consultation. You have my vote on that. It's not because I agree with everything that's in it, and I, like other councillors you've heard today, we simply don't have oversight of the unintended consequences, and we've all been here before. And we see things in there this time, I believe, that, I'll speak for myself, not all of us, or half of us, or whatever, have concerns about the impact on community. So my vote is affirmation for giving Aucklanders the opportunity to have their say on what their priorities are for this annual plan. And the only way to do that is to get it out there. I wouldn't say there's anything terribly new about this budget compared with previous budgets in recent years, except the detail isn't quite as much there, short timeframes, and also the proposal to sell Aucklanders' interest in Auckland Airport shares, that's new. And the council budgets that I've been involved in have all been impacted by COVID, as this one. And, you know it was referred to as a hospital pass, and it was a predecessor's pass, but there are impacts, and having been involved in a couple of budgets from COVID, it's really clear with what we're going into now, the cost of living crisis, that this is severely impacting us, and we can't blame all that on the previous mayor. So we're in for 295, pardon?
I just said fair enough.
The previous two budgets, thank you. The levers remain the same. We're still working with the same levers. The amounts have varied. What we've got now is more difficulty in finding that OPEX. We had CAPEX and OPEX before, more OPEX this time, and the hardest thing is that the low-hanging fruit is not so low, is gone, and the not so low-hanging fruit is gone as well. So it gets harder and harder for everyone to try and balance and keep the pressure off rates and holding down debt. I understand that, and just listening to Councillor Watson and talking about the hospital pass, it took me back to, I think it was 2014, where Mayor Len Brown held rates down at 2.5%, when the LTP was calling for 4.5%. And it was the beginning of what we continue to experience today. And I think one of the biggest mistakes that we made back then was deferring depreciation. And it's been a hard slog ever since. And it does feel like every year we continue to go through this, as we should. But this one is particularly challenging given how hard things are for people in our community. But what we're looking at now is, and what we're going to be looking at in the LTP, is policy change. And that's why it's really important about this annual plan consultation to be framed in a way that we get a good steer as to what is important to Aucklanders, so we can get some time to get targeted advice for the lead up to the long-term plan, because this is policy change. This is a shift, because your recommendations to ease up on council investment or interest into social service delivery or such constructs like that will see more Aucklanders to take the opportunity to have input for their preferences. And certainly we're seeing communities across Auckland rallying already in their particular sectors even before the consultation is ready to be released. So I think congratulations on starting to get people really engaged in the conversation around this budget. Community will be receiving a double whammy because not only are the board's budgets being cut by millions of dollars that they will find somewhere across the ABS, but the $60 million of operational savings council are being targeted at community and social innovation programs. And it sounds very much like the TSI and the TWI, where again we haven't looked yet at the social return on investment because they have certainly provided good economic outcomes for small business and Māori and Pacifica into employment, the amazing job they did about getting people into the CRL for jobs on good hourly rates. The review of the ECE, which I support, and I've said to you, I'd like to see everything on the table so we can have a look at it all and pull it apart and decide who we are as a council and what we stay in. Now, I proposed an amendment for this proposal for ECE to have the implementation delayed until the long-term plan because I think it forms part of a larger discussion around policy and where this council is going to find itself. But my amendment didn't get through because I had legal advice as to that might be a bit restrictive. But I do think that we owe people the time to be able to adjust to change on something that matters to them so greatly. So savings will come at the cost of all the things that Councillor Sayers has mentioned, as that is what is in the proposal for consultation. But just to be clear, I am voting for it, Your Worship, and look forward to the next 6-7 months debating our way through it and then hearing back from Aucklanders. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and get well soon. Councillor Ferry.
Kia ora. I want to thank everyone who has been in touch with me to give me their views already. I've heard from parents wanting council to continue providing early childhood education, constituents concerned about the cost and frequency of public transport, people who want us to do more on climate action, not less, and are seeking reassurance on the use of funding raised by targeted rates, artists and others in the creative sector who worry cuts to regional grants will be fatal to their industry. And I've also met with the chairs and deputies of both the Albert Eden and Puketapapa local boards to better understand their resolutions ahead of today's discussion. I've also done a lot of reading and asked a lot of questions. I want to thank staff and my colleagues at the table for this work so far. I do feel, though, that we still have quite a lot of information still outstanding. I see asking good questions as a key part of our job, and I hope that there are some more answers coming. I certainly still have some more questions, but not now. While I do not support this budget overall, I am aware that I do not have a viable alternative to put up today. So while this is not my preferred solution, it is currently the one before us, and I will support it going to consultation and hope that we can work through this over the next few months to make it better. As of right now, we don't have enough information to create an alternative, and we will need help from our communities to get there too. I have faith in Aucklanders to tell us how to make this better. I note that the Mayor has already made a number of welcome improvements between his initial proposal and today, and I thank you for that. It's reflected in what we have before us. I particularly appreciated that the proposal to close the 10 Kauri Kids Early Childhood Education Centres has been shifted from no consultation to going out to consultation in response to community concerns and councillor requests. It's an encouraging start, alongside the commitment to include options around rate and debt levels. Thank you. Mr Mayor, I can assure you I will be working hard over the coming months to come up with a viable alternative with my colleagues, and I know you'll be open to considering that. I really appreciate the resolutions allowing us to include those options and anticipate some useful work to support staff in preparing the consultation materials so we can clearly and fairly communicate those options for public feedback. One thing I would like my colleagues around the table to consider is what inflation actually is as we enter into this. Inflation means that the cost of doing what we already do has gone up. It is doing the same with more. And I believe it's unreasonable in a time of relatively high inflation to cut revenue in real terms or effectively by increasing rates by less than inflation, and to also expect more in services. So I think we need to reflect on that reality, and that Auckland already raises a smaller proportion of its income from rates than possibly any other New Zealand council. Total rates are also well below the internationally accepted affordability level. We typically have lower rate increases than our colleagues across the motua as well. And we should not be afraid of the rates lever. The actual dollar amounts of increases for most households are far smaller than many realise. Let's think some more about that and about the debt lever too, which in my view we are currently proposed to pull less than we prudently could. I look forward to continuing work on this budget over coming months to get it hopefully to a place where I can wholeheartedly vote it through. I know you are keen to get there too, Mr Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity and the debate.
Thank you for that, Councillor. The whole thing about consultation is we all hear different views and we're all going to add those all up in between. I realised you've had people contacting you about one side or the other, and I've had lots of people contacting me surprised that we actually are in early childhood education. So our job will be to take all of these things in and make a fair assessment of them and have an open mind, which I do have to as you'll know, to where we're going. And this is not an easy budget for any person in the room, and it hasn't been that easy to put together. And I appreciate your comments, Councillor Hills, and thanks for saying I know you're under a little bit of pressure.
Kia ora, Mayor, and thank you. And yes, I will be heading up north after this, but I think it was important to stay here for this vote. First of all, I just want to acknowledge yourself. You've come in and it's a whirlwind. You've had to understand all of us, which I think was probably harder than this budget. And then you've had to understand everything council does and under legislation put forward a proposal based on a whole lot of business units you may not know anything about or much about yet. So the process is bizarre if for you and for everyone else. But I will say, and I have said this to you as well, if this was the last vote today, my vote would be in the no column, mainly on the reductions, on the cuts. So I'm here to be convinced on the airport shares. I am open to the conversation, but I'm voting yes, as Councillor Philippina says, because I've always done that at this point in the process. The community and maybe the media and others probably wanted blood on the dance floor today and a whole lot of votes, but actually what today is about is supporting your right to propose a budget and our community's right to have a say. And we could all put up 48 amendments on trying to change that today, and that would be extremely messy and would not be fair on you or the staff or the community a week before Christmas, because then they would have to try and reform something that was legally allowed to be put out. I am extremely happy that you listened very quickly on the early childhood and put that into a more reasonable, more respectful process for those families and teachers who are under there. Whatever my view or anyone's view around here on that situation, we should be having that conversation, but when it was delegated, that was not, did not have that opportunity. And I am still sceptical on the savings, even if we wound down that program. I am concerned about the reducing the targeted rates by 2/3 for next year, but I am believing the officials that it will not slow down the program because we have those reserves, and I am hoping we do extend those things out in the long-term plan to ensure that gets done. I do have real concerns about the Southern Initiative and the Western Initiative. Our 5 million does get up to 14 million from government already and from other agencies, and I think we do have a responsibility to our community to address equity, to focus on jobs, to focus on young people, especially with the issues around right now that our young people are facing. So I do believe central government should be doing more, but we also have a part to play. So I want to hear from the community on that. Our local boards, they're up for the discussions, but I think at the moment, the reductions and the confusion around the policies is really tough on our local boards because they know they have to have 1,000 conversations with community groups and our residents about what those cuts mean, what access people will have to event funding, to community funding, to culture and events, to environment, and that is really concerning to me. So I want to hear from our community on that. I want to put a shout out to our staff because they will know that this means, changes for them and a lot of stress on them, and they've been through so much restructure and reduction in staff through COVID already. I do understand the Mayor feeling like sometimes that this has been a hospital pass and things like that, but the Reserve Bank, even when we were passing our last budget, did not expect inflation to be this high for this long. It's a year further out and it's higher than it was when we were doing and passing our budget in June. So we could not have known the level that prices were going up. On the debt, we decided as a council to increase the debt because we wanted to increase our capital because of the infrastructure deficit we've had for decades in this city. And we were doing $1.3 billion worth of capital in 10 years ago. Now we're up to almost 3. So that has to be considered. We're investing in the future, and I don't want us to stop that. My last comments, we can continue to cut things that people around this table, and I have heard sly comments here and there about certain things, but if we want to build a city that is exciting, it is not just about roads, and it's not just about rubbish, it is not just about rates. The community need to tell us what they want and what they're willing to pay to have an exciting city, one with arts and culture, one that includes everyone, one that invests in our people, one that has a public transport system, walking and cycling, and one that actually, like every other city in the world that wants to be on the international stage is doing, is reducing our emissions and focusing on climate change. So we have to try and bundle that, and I really appreciate that you have put, and what I think is the first time any mayor has done that, you have put a C in there that gives us the ability to negotiate over the next few months to increase the ability to raise rates or debt if we want to put more things in. And I really want to commend you on that. This is open to our community to have a say and tell us, and it looks like you will accept those decisions if it's a collective. So kia ora, thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Fooley.
Kia ora, thank you, Your Worship. I tautoko all of the sentiments that we've heard so far from all of our learned colleagues around the table. And I too want to thank you, Your Worship, for your hard work in putting this out. And I appreciate especially that what we have before us today is quite different to what we saw at the very start, soon after we were elected. And so I appreciate that you have listened and you have taken on advice and you have shifted somewhat from what we originally saw. And I'm very mindful of that day that you asked people around this table to put their hands up on a certain figure, and I did not put my hand up on that day, but I appreciate that we have moved from that position at least. Similar to Councillor Ferry and Councillor Hills, I don't necessarily support everything that's in there, but I am mindful that today's vote is about your proposal, and it's about us voting to allow this to go out to consultation for the public. And so I'm absolutely supportive of that part. And for me, it was always about making sure that the document that does go out has options in it so that our public understands that there are those 4 levers, that we have to have that balanced view, but also the people who've been emailing all of us, flooding our emails, understand that if they don't want the funding, regional funding to be cut for their arts programs, for the youth programs, that then they have to look at something else, or we have to look at something else, so that they can have that informed view to then feedback to us, well, would they prefer that we borrow a little bit more? Would they be happy to pay a little bit more on their rates if that meant that they could keep that regional funding, or if that meant that the local boards could perhaps not have to cut their LDIs in half? And so I appreciate that you've included those options in there, and especially I appreciate today's option that you've included in there to do with the airport shares. And that was all about having those options available for our community to be able to feed back to us what they think honestly in an informed way. I would also like to thank our local boards for their strong feedback. I've been really heartened to hear from many of them about us applying an equity lens, a climate change lens to our decision making, and about the four well-beings as well. And that message has come through very loud and clear from our local boards. I'd like to shout out as well to everybody who's sent us emails. I haven't responded to all of them because there have been literally thousands. But I do want to thank all of the Aucklanders who've reached out to myself and to everyone around the table. We have heard you, and we are doing our best now to make sure that some of the sentiments you've put forward are at least presented as options, and we look forward to hearing your voices as we enter into this consultation phase after today's decision. And that's it from me, Your Worship. I thank you for your hard work, as I said. I thank your staff, and thank all of our staff as well, and all of our learned colleagues around this table. Kia ora.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I'm going to be a little critical, and it's not a reflection on yourself, Mr. Mayor, because you've had an almost impossible job getting this together. I really want to acknowledge you for that, as others have as well. And I agree that it's been a short time frame, and we've got to get this out and get it in front of the public. I want us to consult on this with a really wide, flexible brief, because the public have shared a lot of concerns with us. My email inbox has been flooded as well. But I think all 20 of us working together on this produces a much better budget, and a budget that will serve communities in particular that are less well off. I also want to say, just while I'm thanking you, Mr. Mayor, that you've been very receptive and easy to work with, so just want to put that one on the record. But I need to be frank about a couple of things that concern me here, and West Aucklanders are straight talkers, as you know, and I've talked straight around here before. We have a recent habit in this place of naming budgets. So we've had the emergency budget, we've had the climate budget, the recovery budget. I wonder that without substantial changes, if this passed tomorrow, people will call this death by 1,000 cuts. We've had to make a lot of savings in the last few years, and we've done so, but we've gone from trimming the fat down to the bone, and I fear that some of these cuts are cutting into the marrow. Local board funding, for example, isn't a nice to have. It's a direct delivery to communities. It's often the residents that need the most help in a cost of living crisis, those community groups that help them. For example, Zeal, which was brought up today, the youth centre in Henderson, have turned around the lives of thousands. They've helped young people get off the streets into a better life. Their funding is under threat. Ranui 135 likewise, in the poorest communities in Auckland, gone. Te Waiopireta River Care Group turned $40,000 of council funding into thousands of volunteer hours cleaning up the streams that council should be doing, and they're not. They parlay that into outside funding as well. Without that small investment from the local board, all of that doesn't happen. True. And you'll all have examples of this, so we should be thinking about this over summer. Walking here, there's an artwork outside that says, I think I saw a gleam in Mayor Robbie's eye. You would have seen that one. What would he say about a CCO that cuts $21 million out of its bus network? We're turning a system that's already unreliable and failing suburban Auckland into a total basket case. When you don't give people confidence on public transport that's affordable and reliable, they won't use it. They'll get in the car. And that turns into a death spiral for our services. Our roads will be choked with cars belching exhaust fumes and ending any hope we have of meeting our climate goals. And these are climate goals that we've voted on over and over again here, that Aucklanders have asked us to implement over and over again. So AT is giving us the easy option. I want us to give them to give us the hard option. Reorganise to produce savings that don't slam communities in suburban Auckland. What can we find from the corporate office? I look forward to discussing this expenditure. We've been contacted a lot about regional grants. I think we need to make adjustments there. I think we need to commit to lower income families that they won't lose library hours. They won't have access to public facilities hiked up in their costs and unreachable for young kids. Some services like the West Initiative too, again, they take small funding and they leverage it and they multiply it into a lot of service for the community. People are asking me to save their service and save this and that thing. I hear you, absolutely, and I think that a submission process will give councillors the best available information to make their decisions after the new year. But the $295 million figure is real. We can't wish it away. I can't sit here and say save this and save that without revenue options to balance that. So we have to have a hard discussion about that. And I want to acknowledge Councillor Ferry around the point around rates. In real terms, it is well below inflation. It is year upon year lower than every other city in New Zealand. We're going small on debt too. Even the staff today, I asked them about this and they advised that a temporary release valve would save vital public services and it wouldn't really hit that hard. It wouldn't be that painful. And it's a temporary measure so that we can get to the LTP and we can discuss some of these really hard things. That's the kind of thing we should be looking at. We're selling airport shares and we're paying down debt with it, but we aren't using some of the debt we've already freed to give help to struggling families. The proposal, sorry for the time. Thank you, Greg. I heard an extension over my shoulder. So this is off the back of the Mayor's mandate that he received at the election, and I think it's right that we respect that mandate, and I will be voting for it to pass through to consultation. But after that vote, the mandate passes to our communities, to the public once again. That's our system. From the 16th of January, I'll be visiting every community in my ward. Come and talk to me about it. I would love some feedback. Arrange some discussions with me. I'd love that. I'm almost finished. Thank you for your indulgence. We've heard how this impacts poorer residents and communities, that work hasn't happened in advance of today. I was very concerned about that. Let me tell you, I'm a child of the mother of all budgets. I was 4. I know what it's like to hurt because of decisions made in ivory towers of government that hurt the kitchen table. I've outlined some of the issues that as a representative of Waitakere and Auckland that people are emailing me about, calling, texting me about. Please keep that up. Please lobby us. Please discuss with us some of your concerns. So we're not going to be doing a death by 1,000 cuts. We're going to be providing a new direction and a new vision for the city. We take care of each other. We get to shared vision and prosperity. Thank you.
A passionate outburst, and well done. Thank you for that one.
Hey, I'm
there.
a Westie, mate.
Just in case you think we're completely devoid of any care, I am a trustee of sea cleaners who for many years have been cleaning up the rivers and creeks. And so we're not all devoid of those things, but I understand that, and I understand the need to consult widely. I have another 5 and lunch is disappearing over the horizon, but so I'm going to force you to wait. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and can I endorse the comments of colleagues around the room who sympathise with the burden that you've been handed, a burden not of your making, a burden that we are obliged to share. And may I congratulate you on the work you've been able to achieve in putting together this budget in a very constrained time frame. Members have pointed out that, at least one, that this has been a long time coming. And the problem seems to be accelerating. I think Councillor Dalton talked about 2014. I think the problem could go back even further than that, very sadly. But this year, the council had a budget deficit of 127 million, which was patched up, if you like, bridged by better all funding from the central government. We haven't heard much about the rest of the money that was promised or much about the deal that the money was a part of. But leaving that aside, round about election day we heard that it was a $270 million deficit, and then not long after that, as you were settling into office, Mr Mayor, it became 295. One wonders whether that's the end point or not. Now, interest rates and inflation, world interest rates, world inflation have been pointed out as the root of the problem, but I'm not entirely convinced about that at all. I believe, as I've indicated, we have a systemic problem in the council, and my real concern, and I think the flaw in the approach being taken is to rely on the system that got us into this trouble to get us out of it. I'm not convinced that will happen. I respect that the Mayor's right to propose a budget to the people of Auckland is not only a matter of the Local Government Auckland Council Amendment Act, but also a right from his personal mandate. So I do not intend to obstruct it in any way, but like other members, I do have concerns. This is a very serious situation we are in, historic really, not in a nice way. I'm concerned that due to the time frame, we've had no independent advice and no fresh eyes looking at the problem. We have had no detailed information, especially relating to operational spending, any breakdown of that, which makes our task difficult. I'm also concerned about the proposed sale of airport shares. This has also been argued as a response to the crisis we're facing right now, but anyone who's been around this organisation for any years knows full well that selling strategic assets, income earning assets, has long been on the agenda, and you yourself, Mr Mayor, had to intervene very early in your term of office when it became clear that the council, people within the council, had been talking to Dubai World about selling the ports of Auckland, and that had been going on for some time. So selling airport shares is not a new issue. I believe the last mayor, previous mayor, in my opinion, to his personal credit, rejected that approach with some vehemence, I am told. However, in regard to the airport shares, in 2019 it earned, pre-COVID, it earned 59 million a year. From all our other plans within this organisation, we are assuming future growth for the city, for this region, and therefore have no doubt the airport and indeed the port business will grow in accord with that predicted growth. 59 million is equivalent to about 3% rates increase, and so that'll have to be made up somehow. The rationale is to sell the shares to pay off debt or pay down debt, but at the same time we've been asked to support an increase in debt. So the show goes on, I'm afraid, and that is my concern. The question is, after the airport shares, unless there's a culture change, unless there's a systemic change, what comes next? The port, our regional parks, that is the real concern. In the last few days, we've had input from our local boards, and I must express my admiration for the work, again, in a constrained time frame, the local boards have put in to give constructive advice to yourself, Mr Mayor, and the governing body. The local boards I represent, Waitemata, Waiheke Island and Aotea Great Barrier, have their concerns, especially the island local boards because of their low population and isolated situation, and especially Aotea Great Barrier. Wholesale cuts impact on those boards, on those communities, disproportionately and unfairly, and that is a real concern. Other members have talked about the concerns expressed by the arts community, and that I've spoken just briefly about AT's proposed $25 million cuts, which I, not being disrespectful, I think is frankly a bit of a joke, given the situation. AT spends about 380 million in OPEX and 375 million in CapEx, and the fact that CapEx is a sacred cow that's untouchable is something that I object to in the council's approach to this. The 25 million cut we learn now is to be made up partially by $4 million to come from increases in PT fares, which I oppose, which I think is unwise, which I think is self-defeating.
Thank you very much for that, but you've had 8 minutes of your 5. But, and thanks all the same for that.
Can I just say one thing, Mr. Mayor? I think the problem we face is relying on the system that got us into this trouble to get us out of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you too. Hopefully you'll come up with a system that will. Councillor Newman, and lunch is disappearing, but too bad. It's waiting and it's all rotting along the road there, but you're not getting it until you've finished talking.
Well, thank you for that preamble, Your Worship. I appreciate that. But look, I think that's the best budget discussion around the Auckland Council table that I've been part of, actually. And I think that there are some very sensible proposals contained in this particular budget, some of which were actively stonewalled in years past. And I want to say that I'm broadly supportive of the proposal. The critical outcome that I seek is 1, a balanced budget, and 2, is a lowering of the debt ceiling for the purpose of de-risking. And I say, with respect to actively stonewalling, I'll break cover here, with respect to the Auckland Airport shares. I actually phoned the former Deputy Mayor several years ago to lobby for his support for a partial divestment at that time. And no one has ever explained to me what strategic value Auckland Council adds to that airport, noting that we don't participate in capital raising. We don't participate in capital raising. Having shares that are being diluted because you don't participate in capital raising, to me, doesn't indicate that we are a active strategic partner in the airport. We simply take dividends passively when they're available. That, to me, sort of feels like we're akin to a Canadian pension fund. That's the reality of it. And so, to be clear, the airport is not going anywhere. The airport fundamentally is a commercial property company. And if you think you can add value to a commercial property company, go and buy shares yourself. But right now, there is an absolute crisis, but I do support conditions on this move, and that is that we have to de-risk by lowering the debt ceiling. I take the point that Councillor Lee has made, but I do think at the earliest opportunity, because I don't want to get to the point where we dig ourselves out of a hole only to end up back in there, because the same actors that helped to get us to this point didn't change the policy settings to prevent the same outcome. And if it's going to happen in an LTP discussion, Your Worship, that's good, but I really want us to try and be as conservative as we can to prevent that outcome occurring. And that means that we have to permanently depart from what I think is pretty reckless policy making, whereby we once again endorse unfunded mandates that see us adopt strategies such as ghost buses and Tim Tams on the road and other such things, which is what this council does from time to time. I don't want to see that continue. Your Worship, we need to get it to a deal on LDI for the local boards. We have to get to a deal on that. I think that's very important. And I want to say to those people who are expressing concerns about equity issues in South Auckland, if you want to address some of the equity challenges in South Auckland, support the local board's CapEx priorities around the OLEs. That would be a very helpful start. That's what the local boards in South Auckland have been saying, but it's not what we say. We often talk about our concerns around TERP and public transport, etc., etc. Where is the discussion around what those local boards are needing in terms of some of the CapEx needs? Your Worship, I have not voted for some of the target rates that I think have been part of the problem. I didn't vote for the accommodation provider targeted rate. We are in the Supreme Court on the mat on that issue. We could well face an unfunded liability. I didn't vote for the natural environment target rate. I think that has been a confused muddle. That's why we're carrying reserves in that funding stream. Your Worship, the other thing that I do want to say is that I want to thank Councillor Williamson for the work that he's initiating, and I want to express my support for the objectives and the terms of reference of that particular committee, which was agreed quite some weeks ago. And I want to thank Councillor Williamson for yesterday's workshop. For those people who were able to participate, that was great. For others who aren't on that committee, I would encourage people to attend. Your Worship, the best piece of feedback I think that Aucklanders have given, or can give actually, is an election result. And if anything has come out of this year's election, is that there is a change in the approach to the direction set in the budget setting. And I think that is not only a result of the emergency situation that we face around COVID, but there is a structural deficit there that needs to be resolved. And my one concluding comment, Your Worship, I want to make is this, is the need for us to be mindful in relation to rate increases in the middle of the worst cost of living crisis in a generation. And I want councillors to reflect on their own personal financial positions relative to the financial position of those people who would be required to pay very substantial rate increases, because everybody who's participating in this vote in their own lives is in a much better financial position than low and fixed income pensioners who are paying rate increases in my ward and every other ward. So thank you, Your Worship, for the proposal, but I do hope that as we go through the discussion that we can negotiate on around a couple of things, starting with the LDI position faced by the local boards.
Thank you very much, and I do hope we can live long enough to get to the end of it.
I can carry on if you want.
I'm sure all of you can. Karen Leone will have an opportunity to show what a brief speech looks like.
Kia ora koutou, ngā mihi nui ke koutou. I just want to start by saying, on a positive note, we live in an amazing and beautiful city, which is vibrant, cultured and fast developing. I'm proud to be living here as a wahine Māori and a mother of a young whānau who are using all of these community services every day. I want to acknowledge the difficulties we face as an incoming governing board and the mayor with a combination of inflation and continued financial issues this country has faced, along with Tamaki Makaurau over the past 3 years. I have concerns and some reservations about the budget, but I understand we do need to make cuts. I also want to thank those who have made contact with me and the FO local board for their feedback as a result of their last business meeting. Some of the organisations that have been in contact include Zeal and West Auckland, arts and the culture sector. Obviously the airport chairs have been a big issue, ECE, Southern Initiative, Western Initiative and Cont'd. There has been some very impressive work done by these organisations and what they have provided over the years. Local board funding, LDI and the community rely on the funding in my view, and it's important we look at finding alternative ways to make cuts. Airport shares, I understand this will be an ongoing debate. I want to acknowledge Councillor Simpson and Councillor Henderson and the work they did in the previous term leading finances. I was steadily watching at local board level and appreciate the work they did with the councillors. I also want to say I'm not against lowering debt ceilings going forward, so we do have some things in common when we talk about debt. Working together with central government is necessary going forward on some of our shared goals, and this has been highlighted as a result of this budget. I also want to reiterate our statutory obligation to have a balanced budget which also meets the needs of the four wellbeings in our communities. I am open-minded that through consultation and understanding that some ratepayers in Tamaki Makaurau may actually prefer to have slightly more increased rates. Look at Tauranga, for example, 22%. If it will save funding for our communities and support in place if we can't find it elsewhere, we do have to think about these things. I'm also aware of the interest rates on mortgages rising and having to cover these costs. I know the rates on one of my properties in the far north has a much higher rate level than Auckland, and no offence to the far north, but I do think we get more for our money here. I will, however, vote for the budget today and support it along with the consultation process, and I'm hopeful we will engage with our vulnerable communities, including Māori and Pacifica, particularly those who access these community services in Tamaki Makaurau. Kia ora, and thank you for the opportunity to kōrero.
Well done. Incidentally, in the far north, the rates include what you get charged separately by water care here. That's why it seems a bit different. But well done. Chris Darby, the pressure's on you now.
Thanks, Mayor. Can I have a clarification? And thank you, Mayor, for incorporating the amendments that Councillor Fully and I proposed on the G. Can I just have one small tweak? And I think it was just maybe a miscommunication. Under the GI, after the percentage, 10%, can we put in inverted commas blocking stake shareholding? It is important, Mayor, because it's not just a 10%. 10% has relevance under the rules of the NXX. It's a blocking stake. Would you like to incorporate just an inverted commas blocking stake?
Yeah, I don't mind doing that. But of course, if there is a further capital raise and we don't meet it, we will lose that blocking share with that. So it's blocking at the moment. But you're right, I don't mind putting it in there.
Yep, and hence the word maintaining is important. That's why that's where. So if we could just add in the word blocking to it, blocking stake, inverted commas, and we all know that that can block a compulsory takeover of the company, which is of value. So just speaking to everything, Mayor, at the outset, I'm going to be supporting the motions before us today as amended, but I do have some caveats. And they are significant, actually, but I'm not going to be able to list them all here in the time that you have briefly given me. But there is a paucity of detail and detailed understanding in this budget. Now, there's good reason and no reason why that's occurred, both. Truth is, you just cannot undertake a fine-grained analysis, as some people suggest we have been undertaking, and it's definitely not been understood, particularly politically, to any fine-grained level. There's also a paucity in the strategic analysis that's been undertaken here, and that's been confirmed by our Chief of Staff. Now, I raised that in a workshop a long time ago, and it is disappointing that you cannot see this budget through a climate lens. You cannot see it clearly through an equity lens. You know, and that's pretty fundamental. And look, but I think it's a lesson for all of us that we're going to have to up our game and make sure that we look at our finances and not in isolation from the other strategic settings. You know, we're a mature council, probably second only to the Cabinet, and we need to do our business a hell of a lot better in that regard. There's a focus on debt here today, and reducing debt, despite the fact that, you know, our debt revenue ratio is sitting well under the levels, that we get a glowing rating from the credit agencies. We're looking good in that regard. But of course, there is the risk of us pushing up. And I know that you know that, Mayor. But we haven't understood the implementation of Three Waters. That legislation's through now, as a couple of weeks ago. I think there's some $4 billion of debt we're carrying from water care and healthy waters and other assets that will be captured as well. So there's about, I think there's around about $4 billion that drops off. It gets transferred. Of course, the assets get dropped off as well. So we need to understand that in the coming months as well. Though my understanding is that doesn't affect the next financial year, it's the following financial year. But we can't be looking at just the short range, we've got to look at the medium and the long range. Which brings me to the shareholding, and thank you, Mayor, for accommodating and your willingness there to reduce the debt. Truth is, we've been a really weak shareholder. Mayor, you and I have discussed that. We just have been AWOL as a shareholder, and for those of you who have sat around this council table over the last 3 and 6 years, I've told you so. And we've had no desire to appoint a director, and I remember being told we just have a minority shareholder and we can't. That's absolute bollocks. You can appoint a shareholder when you own 22.09%. You can, and Manukau City Council and Auckland Council did, with even smaller shareholdings. And we've been badly advised, but look, it is history now. But we still own $2.1 billion at today's rates. We've had no interest in going to shareholder meetings until recently. Hopefully we did vote, but I don't think until recently did we vote. And we could have been a lot more agile at the capital raising in 2020. We didn't need to own for much more than probably 24 hours. We could have picked it up and passed it on to a willing buyer and pocketed, I don't know, $60, $100 million. But we were not thinkers in that regard. And unfortunately, the councillors didn't even know. Won't go there. But well, I'm not averse to entertaining a full or partial sell down, Mr. Mayor. And I'm grateful for the incorporation of these amendments, but we do need to get out a deeper discussion with our community on what it all means and what the upside is and what the downside is. But I never thought I would find myself saying I would contradict what I said in the 2019 campaign to safeguard such strategic assets. But what I've discovered is this council has no idea what the strategic outcomes are from this strategic asset. If you want $2.1 billion to give you a dividend, go and put it in a $2.1 billion diversified fund and make sure it's nice and lower in risk than having it all in one pot. But look, wrapping up, Mayor, because I'd like to have lunch too, there's good things, there's a lot of things I'm concerned about here. I do not want us to see us backpedaling on reducing our climate footprint. I've got my support for this at this stage, but there are some caveats with a big C on it.
Thank you. Not a bad effort. Josephine Bartley.
Thank you, Your Worship. I suppose something nice before I say something not so nice. I appreciate the opportunity that we've had to look and really look at what council does. You've taken us there, and questioning, should we be in this space? Should council be doing what it's doing? But I think with this budget, it's gone too much on the side of money, looking at money, and we've forgotten about our people. We've forgotten about our communities. And I say that because you look at what's being proposed to be cut, and it is always communities. Why is communities always the first to get cut in anything? And they're sick of it as well. They're constantly having to prove their worth and why they should be continuing to get funding. I think this budget shows that we undervalue arts, we undervalue culture, we undervalue our communities and what they do for us as a city. And we saw the value of them, especially during COVID. Arts was what, I look at my schools and what was going on there was the children were having difficulty dealing with their emotions, with lockdowns, with COVID, they're scared, and it was arts that they relied on to help the children process their emotions. So arts play a bigger role than just drawing something or a picture on a gallery that you say not many people go to. But yeah, I want to get back to this what's proposed to be cut. And what I took from the officer's advice, because I sat in all the workshops, I kept an open mind. I understand what you say when you say, well, if you're not happy with things, put up alternatives. But that's unrealistic because we don't have all the information before us to be able to make the swaps here and there. And it's not an easy thing to make swaps in budgets that are billions of dollars, I don't think any of us are financial analysts or expertise. So we don't have the information to fully be able to make informed decisions on behalf of our communities. So yeah, where I was going with that was sitting in all this, but what really got me was Te Taki Auckland Unlimited's advice and the officer's advice regarding our facilities, that this will result in significantly heightened inequity of access for Aucklanders. And you know, we talk about equity a lot here, but this budget adds to it, in fact makes it worse. The ones that benefit from all these services, you know, the regional grants, the grants for events, the grants for arts, are all our diverse communities. You look at what events fund: Taiwan Day, Korean Day, Big Gay Out, Japan Day, Polyfest, Pride Festival, Māori Sports Awards. That's all about our diversity as a city, and that's what sets us apart from any other city in the world, is our diversity. And we're just going straight in there with a razor and cutting what makes us great. So, you know, I have real concerns about this budget. I have concerns that when we put it out to consultation, we have no guarantees to our communities that we will make the changes that they're asking for. And why should our communities have to come and defend what they're doing and, you know, speak for themselves? That's what they put me in this job for, was to speak for them, to speak on their behalf, to make decisions on their behalf. And here we are, this is putting it back to them to say, speak for yourselves, speak up for yourselves, because, you know, this is what putting this out to public consultation will mean. And a lot of people, they don't have the time to go through and lobby us and email us about this budget and what it means for them, because a lot of them probably don't vote, a lot of them probably don't own homes. And, you know, we're not here just for the ratepayers, we're here for everybody in the city. And we're here for people that don't have the resources to sue us when they're not happy with the decision that we make. So, you know, people in my community that don't normally get involved in council processes or council engagement are now starting to say to me, Josephine, what is going on over there? Please do not support this proposal in any way whatsoever. Please do not let this get the light of day out there in the community. So on their behalf, I cannot support this budget, so I'll be voting against this budget proposal going out to public consultation. Thank you.
Fair enough. Sharon Stewart.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll keep it very sweet and short. And I think some of the ones that haven't spoken will also be supporting your mayoral proposal to go out to public consultation. Thank you.
The winner. Round it. The Deputy Mayor hopefully will round us out.
Thank you, Your Worship. My comments are going to be to my colleagues. As a new mayor, arguably elected to deliver change, Mayor Brown has been faced with an unenviable position of having to fill a budget gap larger than even those most familiar with our books expected, some 295 million. And that wasn't from poor financial management, it was through circumstances beyond our control. Just to give you an idea of the size of that gap, 295 million is more than the total planned capital investment in our parks and community facilities next year. It's more than the total residential rates paid by the great wards of, highly rated wards of both Ōrākei and Waitemata. And it's more than the residential rates paid on the North Shore, i.e. the Devonport, Takapuna, Kaipātiki, Hibiscus and Bays local board area. So it's a big number. What he has done in a very short time is put together a proposal that staff have confirmed is credible, sustainable, affordable and implementable. The proposal includes both actions that can be taken now to meet our fiscal challenge, but also sets us up for future discussions in our LTP. It's not just a short, sharp fix. So first he took on the big beast of how to save money. And you've got to remember that we have done this in the past, haven't we? We have last term, through savings and efficiency, found some $500 million. We've already done that. The Mayor has chosen the highest savings figure that this council will have ever done before in trying to find 130 million. And I commend you on that, Your Worship. Highest ever figure that council has done the savings. Because when he was elected, people said to me about him, he said he would go in there and try and sort some savings out. But it will be tough, because we've already done the low-hanging fruit. And there will be some real tough discussions that our community will have around how those savings targets will be met. But that's the purpose of consultation: to propose, to ask, and more importantly, to listen. Then there's the issue of the airport shares, and I just want to clarify some facts around this, because I don't think that all of you really understand the staff advice around there. Because it's quite clear what I think the staff are saying here. Even if AIAL resumes paying dividends, in fact resumes paying major annual dividends of 50 million, or Mike, even 60 million a year, and that's not guaranteed necessarily anytime soon, there is still not likely to be any net benefit, noting that these shares cost us just under $90 million a year to retain. So then I'll move on to rates. The Mayor has recognised we need to limit the demand on ratepayers during a difficult financial time for everyone. And whilst this will be the first time that rates will be lower than inflation, he's also ensured that by pausing the differential and cutting the income from NETA and the water quality targeted rate, that we end up with a 4.66% rates increase. Now, the water quality targeted rate and the natural environmental targeted rate work programs will not change. The work stays, even though the income has been reduced by 2/3. And as for our rates income, there is still 63% of our income coming from other sources. The rates income for this year remains at 37%. This proposal does not go to the ratepayer alone to fund that gap. People, I believe that the 2023 calendar year will be incredibly tough for Aucklanders, and this budget acknowledges that as it looks to be implemented come the 1st of July. But despite constraints, this proposal still keeps an investment capital program as high as ever. In fact, higher than ever, in excess of 2.8 billion. And this city needs that investment. Councillors, having walked many of you through an emergency budget and a recovery budget, I firmly believe that the budget challenges associated with this one trump anything we have ever done before. In a minute we will vote. I do urge you all to keep an open mind on all aspects and commend it for public consultation, because our consultation document will be key to explaining to Aucklanders the Mayor's thinking and offering them options. As a seconder to the Mayor's proposal, I do so knowing it delivers a well thought out and sustainable solution with a mix of mitigation levers that will mean Aucklanders are not automatically faced with a rates increase of up to 13.5% in the middle of a cost of living increase and what will undoubtedly be followed by a recession. I commend it to the vote. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. The motion has been proposed and seconded, and so I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour of the motion, which is
Aye.
Aye. To the contrary? Would you like that recorded?
No. Yes, I would like it recorded. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. The motion is carried and lunch will be served somewhere or other. The Councillors' Lounge on this floor. Thank you very much, and we will resume. We're going to resume at 3, which seems a long time to me, but still.
Yeah, happy to see.
Councillor Henderson first.
Thank you, Mayor. Paragraph 14, officers recommend that the council consult on a reprioritisation of the 10.5 million of additional bus service expenditure under CATA. Could you talk me through that, or do we have someone that can talk me through that?
So what's being proposed there is 10.5 million of the climate action targeted rate is set aside for some bus service initiatives. It's proposed to continue to spend 10.5 million in that space, but to look at the nature of the services and consider reprioritising those in order to ensure that the best value for climate impact is achieved from that expenditure, given the changes to the baseline bus services that you discussed this morning. The governance, the Climate Action Targeted Rate Governance and Oversight Committee, I think you confirmed the membership of that on the 8th of December, will make recommendations on that, on the advice of our sustainability team and Auckland Transport, and that will be included in the proposal for consultation.
So just to follow up.
Consultation materials.
Thank you. Just to follow up, so is there any chance that that climate action targeted rate funding will be used to backfill existing services that were recently cancelled?
There is the possibility that that could be the case, but it will be on the basis that that would generate the best climate and service outcomes that were the basis for establishing this expenditure when the rate was adopted.
Okay, I reserve my right to speak on that. Thanks, Mayor.
Councillor Walker.
A few quick questions just in respect of the accommodation provider targeted rate. Are we in a position to provide in our information just the amount of money that we've put aside in that accommodation provider targeted rate that we may have to return, and conceivably some reference to the documentation around it, especially as it goes to the appeal?
We hadn't planned to include that information in the materials here because these are looking at the implications for expenditure next year in this activity. I would assume that there is maybe some reference in our budgets around that potential liability.
I'm simply asking that because I think it's material to the submission that someone might make, particularly the industry.
Thank you. I'll just add to what Andrew said. Yes, we're not, I believe, legally able to include APTR in this next aspect, given the status of the court hearing and decision on that being at the Supreme Court. In terms of provisions for legal items and liabilities, we do make those determinations based on legal advice and in other areas on actuary advice. So we have an amount, which I'm not able to disclose at this point, provided for within the annual accounts to the extent that we think that's necessary.
And the other question I've got is just around the number of the rates, like animal management and resource consenting. Can we convey some information alongside these rates that indicates what the relative revenue to expenses are, and whether or not those charges are being covered off by a subsidy from the general rate, that is, as to whether they're self-funding or not, and the extent of it?
We can ensure that we make reference to the degree to which this, my understanding is that to the extent we're allowed to under the law, we do cost recovery for our consenting fees. The legislation does limit the costs that we can recover for some of our consenting fees. For the dog fees, the cost recovery level is
remains at the level the council set several years ago when it harmonised the charges for dog licensing. And I think that's referenced, it was referenced in my presentation to the workshop and may be referenced in our consultation materials, but we can ensure that that reference is made in the dogs fees consultation materials, and we'll do so.
That'd be great, and the reason I'm asking that is that if we want to reduce rates, quite obviously if we've got a self-funding principle, then that's a tick. And the last question I've got is just around the waste targeted rates, particularly the food scraps. Are we in a position to advise people such as myself and others that process their own food scraps actually save the council money? So it is a means of individuals taking an action to reduce our cost burden, because it's cheaper for people to do that. Quite obviously, they're still going to be hit by an amount, and there is no incentive, but it would be useful to convey that to information. Can we do that?
Certainly that piece of information would have been helpful last year when the council consulted on and at the time the council consulted on the food scraps. I'm not sure it's 100% relevant to what's being proposed at this point, but that will be a communication issue for us to consider in the context of our documentation.
Okay. The reason I'm raising it is it means that an individual household can take responsibility to reduce emissions and save the council money through the simple action of processing their own food waste. And that is a useful thing for them to be able to do, given that we do want to encourage reduction in emissions. Thanks.
Councillor Dalton, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still here. Thank you, Your Worship. Andrew, when the kōtau went out for consultation, it had a supporting documentation that listed the projects that it was going to be hypothecated to. So what is the risk now if we are not going to deliver on those bus routes that were in consultation document and it's repurposed somewhere else?
If we consult on the changes and seek the community's feedback on any changes that the Climate Action Targeted Rate Governance and Oversight Committee recommends to you, then that would eliminate the risk.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Watson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just want to check what some of these increases on the active communities rental fees for bookable spaces really mean. I'm looking at the table on point 111. So if you want to go and play a game of badminton at Pakuranga Leisure Centre, so that increases from $10 to $20. So that can be a maximum, I suppose, of 4 people. It might only just be 2. The other ones there are for taking out the entire facility. So the Glenfield lap pool, is that the whole pool that's going to go from $72 to $200 and the 176% increase? So just the nature of the facility that is incurring this cost for the users, because they seem to be on the face of it some pretty dramatic increases in the fees.
So the actual and final implementation of these fees will be a decision for the local boards. This is standardising the fees across the local boards so that there's similar levels in different parts of the city. There are some fees that as a result are reducing, and yes, it will be the entire lap pool, which is a pretty substantial council asset investment. And while for that extra charge that you're referring to, most of the changes are small in absolute dollar terms, and some of the larger ones where there is harmonisation are for quite a substantial asset. I have one of my colleagues here, if there's anything further that Dave Stewart feels would help in responding to the councillor's question.
Just while you're at it there,
These have been workshopped with the local boards as well, I understand.
just like you got it on that little table there, is the estimated revenue on the side, is that in thousands or is it just dollars? Because according to this, you're going to put the Glenfield lap pole up from $72 to $200, and we're only going to make $155. You're going to rent it out 1.5 times, or is that $155,000?
Kia ora koutou. So the examples listed in point 111 are some of the extreme examples across the network. In attachment B, you'll find a full list of the schedule of the price changes, and as was referenced, there's ups and downs across the network, but this is a regional standardisation. So the example around a badminton court is bringing a badminton court in to a consistent level as other facilities across the region. On the far right hand side, the note around the estimated revenue impact, that's just in dollars. So these facilities are only used in this context very infrequently. So the overall financial impact is actually very small.
And this is the first stage of a two-stage review. So the first step that the team has undertaken is to standardise the fees as referred to in the badminton court. So if you're hiring a badminton court anywhere in the region, it'll be around this price. The second stage will be to look at what an appropriate level of cost recovery might be, and that'll be undertaken next year, obviously for the council and local boards to consider. Dollars.
They're dollars, Mr. Mayor. They're dollars. So I don't know if it'll be going too much towards your 295 million deficit, but
so that whole process is only going to make $155. You want me to chip it in for you?
In total across the region, it is a standardisation with, as David and myself have said, with some coming up, some going down, and there isn't a material revenue impact overall. There may be next year, should you consider that a higher level of cost recovery is appropriate. This is a standardisation exercise, delivers a degree of equity across the region, but will ultimately be at the discretion of local boards as in its actual final implementation. And because the changes are outside the scope of inflation, in order for us to implement them, we've got an obligation to consult.
Talk about it and do it, but off you go. Any more questions from Julie Ferry?
Yeah, so no, I just had one more, and it just went to the community occupancy guidelines. So these are guidelines, and again with these buildings here, and I'm sure then the local board can make whatever arrangement they want. But on the face of it, again, there's some pretty hefty increases being put up as guidelines for any of those buildings in terms of the maintenance fee and the administration fee. So what's the story with that?
So at present, as you can see from the current, the sums that the guidelines indicate to the local boards are very small and in no way reflect the costs that are actually incurred. All these guidelines are doing is adjusting it to a level of cost more reflective of the actual cost, and then allowing the local boards the discretion to raise the charge if they consider it's appropriate. By giving them that discretion, if they're needing to make some adjustments to their budget, they'll be able to do that for all different kinds of community groups, and they won't be restricted in looking by not being able to look at the community groups who may be having one of our facilities available to them. And so the boards will exercise that discretion. Presumably it just gives them a broader ambit to prioritise within their budgets, which you discussed this morning.
Okay, so that discretion will rest entirely with them.
Yep.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Ferry, please.
Thank you. I've got a few, sorry, but I'll start with one that leads on from Councillor Watson. the maintenance fees, the wording in the document, the attachment, says that they are required, whereas the wording for the rental fees says proposed and if requested. So is the intention, because I think the conversation has been that the intention is that local boards could apply that maintenance fee if they wish to, but the wording in the document, if I read it right, suggests that it will be required. So that might just be something we need to fix in the final version, if the intention is to give local boards the flexibility. I've got a couple more on that specifically, but I'll let you go, Andrew.
We'll make sure that's clear.
Great, thank you. So will they have flexibility about charging a different amount? So will they either have to charge nothing or one of these amounts?
These are just a guideline.
Yeah.
So presumably they can go up to that level if they wish.
Okay, so they can't go above them though?
I suppose if they're a guideline, then...
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, I think that's important clarification to have for local boards. The other thing in that space that I'd like to understand is if a local board chooses not to charge, will they have to make up the difference from their own funds? Because we have seen that happen in the past where venue for hire fees and charges have been recommended to be put up, and some local boards have decided not to, and then been stung for the difference in funding.
So that doesn't apply to this community occupancy guidelines.
Right. I think those were all things that it would be really good to have clarified in writing for local boards.
Well spotted, councillor.
Thank you. On the Qatar, and I guess this again goes to Councillor Henderson, I think, and Councillor Dalton. So one of the issues I have with this, and at this point I'm minded to probably not support that specific part of this, is that we seem to be saying that we are setting a new baseline around what the bus services are, at the same time that we're saying that the reason that we have the lower bus services is primarily because of a driver shortage, which we're working to fix, and there's quite a lot of work underway to fix that. So given that this doesn't apply until 23-24, does that mean we're anticipating the same issues with the driver shortage? And acknowledging that's probably a question for AT, but in terms of the way that we're doing the consideration here about reprioritising that money.
So the Climate Action Targeted Rate Governance and Oversight Committee will be making some recommendations about how the 10.5 million should be spent. They'll base it on I'm assuming they'll base it on advice from Auckland Transport and our sustainability team, and the potential for movements in the future would be a logical thing for them to take into account in framing their advice for consultation.
Okay.
And then again in May, but also suggesting that the consultation be framed in such a way that there is scope to take into account any additional information that may be available at that time about potential changes to the baseline bus services to which they would be added.
Okay. I think that would be good for us to give that feedback to AT about, they're working on this, I think they call it a recast of the bus services at the moment, but it's based on the short-term driver shortage, but actually we're potentially making some decisions based on that recast baseline that have implications beyond that time frame. I've got one more small question. It's a bit of an odd one, so bear with me. The micro-mobility operators, do we have any ability there to look at potentially having higher fees for the ones that are, or higher, I think they're called deposits, for the ones who aren't good at looking after their devices, resulting in, for example, illegal dumping and helmets left lying around the place and stuff like that, or parking them in annoying places, for the ones that are basically behaving badly or operating in areas that have a higher risk of operating badly. I'm thinking about what we do for the liquor licensing ones, where there's that sort of point system based on the level of anticipated harm and which community they're operating in. We wouldn't need to make it that complicated, but is there potentially some flexibility in that space to, rather than trying to apply penalties after the fact, get those who have a poor record to pay more?
I'll ask if my colleagues who are online can assist with that. Kevin Smith, are you able to assist with a response to that question?
Sure, Andrew. Through the chair. There is a monitoring fee for the micromobility operators. So that fee entails a sort of an hourly rate basis of charging, and it would pick up some of those elements that the councillor is talking to.
Good questions. Thank you. Daniel Newman, please.
Just going back to the issue of the facility, the active communities charges. If we are not anticipating a significant increase in revenue as a result of this fee harmonisation exercise in the middle of a very contentious annual plan, why are we proposing to do this at this point? Is it simply about providing a consistent baseline for which local boards will need to make an adjustment, or is this something you've wanted to do for some time? Why does this have to be done right here, right now, in this particular space, if it doesn't generate a significant increase in your net revenue position?
This was part of one of the items that was scheduled as part of the triennial fee review process that we discussed with the councillors, I think, last year. It's the first stage in the review, allows us to standardise the fees and therefore be charging people similar amounts to play badminton in different parts of the city. So it's also a first step to looking at a second stage to be considering the appropriate cost recovery levels. So we would recommend we proceed on that basis.
Okay, that's all the questions I've got, so I'll put the vote. Oh, we got... Oh, no comment. I'll have a move and a seconder first of all to accept that. Fletcher Newman and Henderson as the commentator.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, look, guys, I won't be supporting 1K in here, and it's in line with the questioning and in line with some of the discussions I've had in workshop as well. Communities were promised that if they support the climate action targeted rate, they would get a specific suite of services that actually went out in the consultation. So down to the bus route. So they supported us levying the kata on that basis. So if we were to then go back and do it again, then if there's any hint that we're trying to backfill services with a special rate that we ask people about, then that's misleading to the public, that's undemocratic, it flies in the face of consultation processes. We also, and Julie Ferry brought this up as well, these cuts were untargeted. They were based on the availability of drivers, not people actually needing to take the bus from those areas. And we actually had a presentation on this in the last Transport Committee. So, you know, be aware as well that the recent immigration settings are going to mean that hopefully the bus driver shortage is a thing of the past. So why would we set in stone Auckland Transport's ability to go behind the public's back, essentially, undemocratically try and change their bus routes, based on a problem that will hopefully not exist in the near future? So we've already consulted. So I'm merely asking Auckland Transport to deliver what they promised to our communities. I just don't think that's too much to ask. Thanks, Mayor.
That's a good point. I think in some of the ones I've worked, there's not been so much a bus driver shortage, but a bus passenger shortage as well. Nevertheless, we'll have Councillor Dalton, and then I have someone had their hand up.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to build on what Councillor Henderson has said, the projects in there were deliberately targeted to help provide equity as well. So 2 routes out my way, as an example, we know that the largest household expense for our people, 30% is owning a car, to provide some sort of equity by the opportunity to now get on a bus is something that we should be trying our best to achieve. And as Shane said, these were consulted on and they are an expectation from our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dalton. Councillor Walker, please.
Sure. I'm entirely supportive of this council being nimble, and if we have to reapply money because we're otherwise funding buses that are not carrying any people, not because there even aren't drivers, but on routes where there simply aren't people using them, then we should be applying that money to actually make real reductions in emissions. Otherwise, what are we here for? Surely the climate action targeted rate revolves entirely around a word, which is action. And if we're not taking action, what is the point? I specifically asked the question when this climate action rate was put up to Auckland Transport and to Council, did we have flexibility forecasting this issue? And the answer that I got back was yes, we had flexibility. So in that instance, let's use it, let's apply it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is a governance and oversight group which presumably are exercising some form of sensible discretion. Deputy Mayor Simpson.
Thank you. Look, I'm only speaking because I'm responding to Councillor Henderson and potentially Councillor Dalton, and I just draw your attention to the specific wording of K, which is agree to consult on. So there is an option for Aucklanders, of course, to say no.
On that case, I'm going to put the vote, please. All those in favour of accepting this, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary? Are you okay with it? Did you say?
I'm okay, but I oppose it.
Can I record against KU2, please, Mayor?
And me too, please.
Oh, here we go.
Hey, stop. Cops. Item 11, which is the council-controlled organisations, letters of expectation. In this item, I'm seeking your approval for the content of the letters of expectation that I will send to the CCOs and the port. It's important that I seek approval from the formal approval from the governing body, because ultimately we are collectively responsible for approving the statement of intent at the other end of the process. This is one of my election promises, and the Minister of Local Government has encouraged us to use the full powers under the Act, and I intend that we do that. We discussed the proposed content of the letters at our workshop on the 30th of November, at which I received useful feedback, much of which I have included. Generally, there was a good level of support for the direction we are taking. Thank you. I also met with the chairs and chief executives of each CCO and Ports of Auckland to discuss these expectations following that workshop. I'm proposing that myself and the Deputy Mayor finalise the letters based upon your resolutions. I also propose to include the lead councillors and the leadership of the CCO Committee and Transport Committee in the process. If there's further detailed feedback or wordsmithing from councils on various points, we are happy to receive specific suggestions by email. An amended report was circulated this morning. The amended report includes some changes which clarify the wording of my proposal for a council-led process to provide certainty on the future of the Port land. I received some feedback on the previous wording of the report that did not convey my intent properly and was a cause of some angst. Also, one or two of them hadn't quite picked up on what was in the workshop. I've reflected that, and I thank those who raised some issues with me in a mature and upfront manner. I don't intend to go through now and summarise the points on each CCO and Ports of Auckland, as this is set out in the report which you can read. You'll see that in some cases I'm seeking a pretty significant change of approach, especially for Auckland Transport. For all the CCOs, I'm seeking greater transparency and information, shorter, more meaningful measures. We're also going to work hard with the CCOs to come up with more meaningful performance measures. Like the budget, these letters are only the start of a process which is a bit like ping pong. The CCOs in the port will come back to us with their draft statements, which we then comment on. So we will have other opportunities to work through the detail. And if necessary, we can amend the STIs to exactly reflect our intention. Staff who helped put this together are here to take questions. And we've allowed for an indicative time frame, so that's all. Alistair, you are the staff here to help. Would you want to add to anything there, or would you just here to respond to questions?
I think I'll just respond to questions at this stage.
First of all, I'll get a mover and a seconder before I get anywhere. Fletcher and Watson. On Darby wishes to ask a question. Off you go, Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Mayor. Mayor, at the outset, I'd like to thank you for accommodating, the feedback that you've got from me and others, and there have been some substantial changes on the ones that I have an interest in, particularly as the council lead for Ikepanuku and the ports of Auckland. And there have been quite significant changes there, even prior through discussions you've had in the meetings that we convened with the chairs and chief executives of those respective organisations. Thank you. Mayor,
I've been very helpful, thank you, by the way, too.
Thank you. No, we're working together. That's good. Mayor B, on the B, I just wonder, I did mention it to your Chief of Staff, I'm wondering if you'd like to incorporate delegating authority to the Mayor, Deputy Mayor and Councillor leads for CCOs and Port of Auckland, so that, because that is the job of the Councillor leads to work with you and the Deputy Mayor. Just wondering if you could accommodate that. So it would just read, and after Deputy Mayor, it would read, and Councillor leads for CCOs.
I'm okay with that. I mean, it's working pretty well, the lead system. I know that Councillor Turner has been, like you, particularly helpful with his work with water care, and I'd like to thank those that was. We haven't really had leads that have really done any leadership before. It seems to be working quite well. So I don't have a problem. Councillor Turner, that infects you. You're happy to be involved in that? Eh?
Well, it's the Councillor leads.
Okay, with that amendment, we're ready to move it.
Sorry, it's Councillor, it's CCOs. The port is not a CCO, so you need to actually have, sorry to be pedantic, CCO and Ports of Auckland.
And POAL.
Yeah.
Correct. Okay, I'll move that. All those in favour, please say aye.
Are there not any questions on this?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, there wasn't any more at that stage, but one's popped up. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Your Worship. I had a question about the Auckland Transport in your letter of expectation. I did raise concerns before about using travel time as an indication, because some people it's more about the journey rather than the travel time, and travel time seems to give priority to road users. And then I saw a government document about emissions work program, and they specifically say to remove travel time savings criteria from design standards and business cases. So we seem to be going against what the government's doing in terms of emissions with using travel time in here as part of your letter of expectation.
I think that it's slightly at cross purposes. We're talking about travel time in terms of good travel time being an incentive for people to use buses. I think what they're talking about is they have been using an improved travel time as one of the reasons that they use for funding motorway extensions or things like that. And they're saying that you do your civil works possibly for other reasons, but we believe firmly that improved travel times will be lead to a major increase in bus usage, and that was what is behind the suggestion, which has been accepted from AT, that we move to things such as more better integrated traffic signals and transponders on buses so that the buses go faster than cars, and because they won't be stopped at every set of lights. So the travel times that we're talking about in this case is to improve the actual time of travel on a bus. The other one might be when they say that we're going to spend $2 million to build a motorway which will result in you being 8 minutes quicker. And they've decided that's not a good reason for that. But in our case, we still think that the travel time is a very good way of indicating why you would get on a bus. If you can get on a bus into town 20 minutes quicker than in a car, you're quite likely to get on a bus. And it's all about encouraging the usage of the buses that we've got already there. So I think that's the answer to the question. I hope it is.
Okay, that's good, because I don't want this travel time to be used to prevent some of our safety measures like speed bumps in our communities, because it's important, yes, to get to your destination within a good time, but it's also important to get to your destination alive. So I don't want safety to be a secondary priority here.
I think they're referring to different things. One's about works on the road and the other one's about getting the bus to go quick. Councillor Ferry.
Thank you. Just on the point that Councillor Bartley has raised, I recall we did discuss that at the workshop too, and I shared that concern about travel time sort of being the first bullet point in this. Where was safety in that equation? And I think the addition of the words around it being all road users is helpful in that context, as it's not, it is shifting that conversation, but I would be open if you wanted to make that wording more explicit. I did just want to ask a quick question, and also just on behalf of Councillor Hills as the Chair of Planning, Environment and Parks Committee. Yes. Say that he had passed on to me that he wished to acknowledge the inclusion of the TERP there in the AT letter, and that he appreciates that and feels that that's important. So I hope that's okay that I took that opportunity in his absence. I have a small question about the ports one, which is right at the end of IV4, about the waterfront land return. I note there that you've put, I look forward to working with councillors, POAL and others on a rigorous process over the next year. I wondered if it might be a good idea to add in there explicitly Waitemata Local Board, acknowledging it is in their local board area and that it does have a bearing on their sort of broader role in local planning. It's just an idea, I'm not married to it.
I don't have any problem. I was fully intending to meet with them and Aoraki, both of whom are very interested in that. So you don't have to tell me that'll happen. Councillor Fletcher, please.
Mine is not a question. I just wanted to make a brief comment.
To wait for your question from Councillor Dot. So you're in jolly good form now. Your knee's been fixed.
Yeah. My question is this. The Auckland Transport. I like this. Just a query over the Transport Emission Reduction Plan. It was a shared document. We've got, and I'm only looking at the bullet points in the paper, work towards achieving Council's objectives. They are Auckland Transport's objectives as well, as we develop the reduction plan together. And I think it should be implement, not work towards. I'm grateful to see it in there, but I think it should be stronger. And I would be happy to drop an email. I heard you say that you'd be taking feedback through email, if that's preferable. But I just wanted to mention it.
I think you'll need to. We've decided that's quite good advice. Thank you. We'll accept that.
So implement, and that is Auckland Transport and Council's objectives under the Transport Emission Reduction Plan. Thank you.
Alistair's just taken a note of that, so that will be included. Thank you very much, Councillor.
Thank you.
Councillor Watson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question of a clarification as it goes to be in circumstances like this where we delegate authority, to come up with a submission or in this case a letter of expectation. We would normally
make some reference to, minor editorial adjustment. So I'm just assuming, I'm just checking for the record that in light of the reference to resolutions of this committee, that delegation will go to any minor editorial matters. There'll be no substantive
Rewriting.
Change to anything that has been put before us today. I'm just taking that as a given.
As you can be assured that the letters will represent what we have discussed here. You can check them for correct spelling and apostrophes if you like.
Happy to do that, Mr. Mayor. Draw upon my English grammatical.
Councillor Lee.
Just in regard to the Auckland transport section, I think we need to be careful that what we're asking for it does not confound the points that we're raising. In other words, work towards achieving Council's objectives under the Transport Emissions Reduction Plan. That's fine. I think anything more prescriptive than that raises questions about the plan itself and whether it is practical and achievable, and that we're being reasonable putting that burden on Auckland Transport. I haven't seen any carbon budgets or stuff that is measurable or any metrics apart from somehow a massive increase in public transport usage, which unless something really radical is done, I can't see that happening. The other thing is that we referred to the $25 million reduction from AT, and we're calling for them to solve the public transport crisis, fix the public transport crisis, which is very real. I've heard some soothing words around here and around the AT board that we're 70% of what we were before COVID. That is not true. We're less than 50, unless something, it could always change. But measuring the latest data, we're way behind that. So there is a real problem, which you've identified. Their response, which surprised me, and the way it's been configured, has been putting it in their fare increase, 6.5% average, but perhaps up to 13.6%. That's a $4 million contribution, so they say, to the $25 million savings. So I don't think that was really expected, because that's not going to help us solve the public transport, because price increases in public transport have always triggered a reduction in usage or a slowing of growth. At the present time, public transport is virtually out on the floor, and so we have to make sure that what we're asking of Auckland Transport doesn't cause confusion or perhaps is even gamed by people in the system.
Okay, well, that was more of a comment than a question, but I've got it.
Do you not agree with that, Mr. Mayor?
Now, there's a question at last. Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Mayor. I think Auckland Transport is probably heading in the right direction now with the stronger reference to the TERP, but I had the same concerns earlier. Just on, we don't actually have the letters in front of us, so that's, this has got to be interpreted in the letter, what we're seeing in the summary here. It's just what I am concerned about under the Eke Panuku one. It's a small one, really. We're actually asking them under 17.2 contribute expertise, and I feel like they have a bigger role to play than that. And so I don't want to wordsmith this now, but maybe it's for consideration later. I would like them to be more like working, with the council. and I mean, my words were more along the lines of work as a council-led team. But so maybe we could just consider that. And then when you
I'm
go,
okay with that.
When you go through to the Ports of Auckland one as well, we ask them to cooperate and collaborate. Well, don't we want them to also work as a council-led team? And I'm just trying to sort of shift us towards all working together rather than,
I accept both of those as sensible words. I mean, that is what we are trying specifically with the ports to work together rather than against. I think the Panuku meeting was more positive than I'd expected it would be.
Yeah.
I think they're starting to listen, actually, all those ones. And you were there with me on those ones, and you'd agree with that too.
I think they're listening and we're listening. When both parties are listening, you start to get a greater collaboration and collective decision making, which is positive for us all. Just going down to the very last bullet point under 4 for the ports. It says POL is not to take actions that could undermine council's plan or development of it, etc. I feel like the way we're moving in our relationship, because it is, it's getting better. I personally don't think that bullet point is required. I think it's a little bit of finger wagging, and I think given how the port company is responding to us, and they are, I just don't see the importance of having that. It's quite unusual to have that sort of statement. I know there's been a few exchanges, but I'd like to probably just move beyond the rhetoric and eliminate that bullet point, and I think that would help re-establish a relationship that is going to deliver meaningful change.
Okay, well, I'll take that on board and chew that over. I think that was aimed at organisations like the Auckland something or other that they fund, and the next thing you find that the Chamber of Commerce are sending me messages that really didn't come from the Chamber of Commerce, and I think it was aimed at that particular thing. I think it's in everybody's interest that we do that. We generally stop lobbing each other's grenades, but I'll take that on point. Thank you, sir. I've got 2 more questions, then Councillor Fitcher will have a go at a Mike Lee question, which is a commentation. Councillor Newman, please.
Your Worship, just reflecting on the feedback from Councillor Lee, I just wonder in relation to the reference to the TERP, if it might be helpful to premise that, because I don't want to put Auckland Transport in a difficult position either in terms of asking them to do something but not giving them the funding and the tools to do it. If the wording after the word plan needs to include the words along the lines of subject to the funding made available through the long-term plan and or external Crown subsidies for emissions reduction in the transport sector. And the reason for that, Your Worship, is that what I have heard from when Auckland Transport's senior officers have been to see us is a real sense of confusion, and that we're asking them to do certain things but they don't have the funding tools to do it. And I think that if Councillor Lee is agreeable, that would be a helpful inclusion, just to clarify that yes, I want to achieve and work towards and implement these things, but acknowledge that we have a role to play in funding that. So the words would be, and I'm happy to put this in email, implement the Council's objectives in that particular area, but noting that, subject to our ability to be able to fund Auckland Transport to achieve those outcomes.
Fair enough, but I think quite a lot of the outcomes will come as a result of a change in attitude and behaviour more than anything else, and they have at least accepted that their role is not to pee off the public but to service them. Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question. Been very prescriptive about container freight and saying that we should move to 100% containers being moved off the port by rail. Do you think that's a bit prescriptive? And
Well, it's nothing like a goal. I mean, we're trying to get them to move to 100% profit making as opposed to profit and loss making. So they will come back and say that we will move to 100% of what we can do, and they'll probably say that Kiwi Rail have to put in another 23 trucks or trains or something or other. So it's a goal, and this is ping pong. I'll toss it up the other end and we'll see. But if I say move to 10%, they'll move to 9 or 11. So if we talk about climate change, there's no easier climate change gain than putting containers onto a train. And it doesn't force the public to ride a bike or buy a Tesla. The public don't even mind. And as well as that, the trucks aren't on the roads, and the same roads that they're on at the moment coming out of the port, there are people trying to generate expensive roading improvements to handle the trucks. So when you balance the whole thing up, actually putting them onto trains is not nearly as expensive as one's thought. So I want to leave it there, and they'll come back and say we can only do 67%, but it's going to be a lot more than what they've got now.
thank you.
Questions only. If I think I'm over questions, you can escape there, Alistair. Run while the going's good before we get another round of long speeches. The first long speech option goes to Councillor Fletcher. I can see Councillor Lee twitching beside you. He's not quite sure whether he's going to get it or not yet. Oh, he's twitched.
Won't be long.
Thank you, Your Worship. He's not twitching. I assure you he's not twitching. I want to really just say that for all of the grumbling that we've had about CCOs, there has always been a greater opportunity as elected members for us to use the tools in our toolbox. You are the first that has really given us, by way of these letters of expectation, that clarity around much of which has been the purpose of amalgamation, bringing the 4 main stadiums together to actually try and bring a transport plan together, including freight. All of these things are things that, at a personal level, I really welcome. May I also use this opportunity to extend my sincere thanks to your staff. These are your letters of expectation, but we are endorsing them today. And your staff have shown a remarkable capacity to accommodate the sensitivities that some of us felt around a number of issues. And I think that the documents that we're looking at now, along with the suggestions that have come out of the meeting here, are really going to go a long way to enhance where we go to next with our CCOs. I've sat on one of the CCOs, and it was a matter of immense frustration to me that we were not hearing from council specifically that direction of what they wanted. So I think we're coming into hopefully a new age of maturity. As elected members, we know the tools that we've got. You're leading the charge from the front in terms of considerable clarity around that, and I think that while the plan with the port will come back here and it may generate debate, the fact is that everyone's entitled to certainty, and compressing the time frame on this is actually going to give certainty to the public. So I hope that we can see strong support for this, and as councillors, if there are things that we need to amend, I think that that's helpful. And I was going to make the point, but you've already made it, and that is, in terms of trying to deeply understand and respond to what Aucklanders want out of transport, that is going to do more for climate change than just about anything else. Instead of treating it as just this separate, standalone thing, this is, I think, going to be the catalyst for much of the progressive change that we want to see. So we've now got, as I said earlier in debate, we're getting much more alignment between policy and clarity around policy and funding. And I think there are probably further savings that can be found, but this is giving a sense of direction to our CCOs, and I applaud it. And again, I'd like to thank the staff for the accommodations that they made, because I think it's perhaps more reflective and respectful of where we all wished to land. So thank you.
Thank you for that, and I'm sure Max and Matthew and will be happy to, having joined me on a wet Sunday, we're working our way through these things. I have had some rather negative publicity about apparently my short hours, but on wet Sunday afternoon in there, along with them, to do this, it was valuable. Councillor Darby, I also noted in the past, has said that we haven't been very good owners of things because we haven't actually given clear direction, and I've welcomed your inputs as well. I have the Venerable Councillor Lee ready to strike.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't be making any speech, just to make some suggestions, and I take up from what I heard from Councillor Darby, the point he made, and I support it. We should not be seen as daggers drawn or in a state of enmity with Ports of Auckland, because I know that we're not, but it's the impression that's important. On the point 4, support council-led process to provide certainty on future of port land, I think that the first sentence of the 1, 2, 3, 4th bullet point, POAL is not to take actions that could undermine council's plan or the development of it, could be migrated up to the preceding bullet point, which is talking about cooperation and collaboration. And may I suggest this prescriptive stuff about campaigning and all that just be deleted. Second point, I strongly support your call for POAL to work with Council and Kiwi Rail on plans to move containers freight to rail solution. I would just have reservations at putting 100%, because Kiwi Rail probably, I'm sure, does not have the capacity to do that. Secondly, as other members have pointed out, a lot of containers go locally up the road to Count'd and places like that. So that's practical. And I would also add that there is some work going on proposals for tug and barge, to barge containers from ships up the Tamaki estuary to Mount Wellington container yards there. So I would suggest changing 100% to something like maximum or as much as possible.
Okay, we've heard that. Thank you, sir. Councillor Turner did address that some time ago.
And seeing this is going to the port, can I please excuse me for being a bit of a ship spotter, rather like a train spotter. Container handling, wheeled vehicles, break bulk volumes.
Now he's twitching.
Sorry, you need to put in there bulk, because break bulk really is things like railway carriages, heavy machinery, stuff that's lashed separately from containers, whereas bulk is fertilisers, which we import,
grain,
coal, which sadly we're importing quite a lot of from Indonesia. That's bulk, so I'll just put the word bulk in there as well. And all of that stuff could be carried a lot more by rail. Thank you.
Okay, now I have to agree that at 4 o'clock, pursuant to Standing Order 1.1.3, that an extension of time until the completion of business be granted. I'm going to move that. Do I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor? Yes. And then all those in favour say aye, and hopefully Councillor Lee will say no, and he'll go home.
Aye.
Thank you. It's passed. We can carry on. We'll go on to the death. At this stage here, Shane Henderson is
Thank you. Introducing me as going on to the death, I'm a bit concerned. But I wanted to be positive, Mr. Mayor, so I felt compelled to say something. Thank you. I want to commend you as lead councillor for Tātaki Auckland Unlimited on your work on this. I think it's right on the money, the letter for Tātaki. I really look forward to working closely with you on delivering it. In particular, I believe that the single stadium operator model must be achieved and quick as we can. I like that we've added the cultural institutions into this, and if I may just quickly offer something we could look forward to in the future, I'd love us to look at some sort of Auckland card in the future, where you can load all your annual subscriptions to MOTAT, the art gallery, all that kind of stuff. It's so much better and easier for Auckland residents, and actually allows us to try and raise revenue through increased subscriptions in a much easier way. First step though, we've got to integrate all these things. And that's exactly what this is going to do. So speaking personally, you know, to be honest with you, it's an honour and a highlight of my career to work on it. I'm very excited.
Oh, I'm glad I chose well. Do I sense a little bit of a spasm of joy amongst us? It's about to be killed off by Councillor Walker.
Tell us about your highlights.
I'll choose my words carefully. I'd just like to emphasise again, Mr. Mayor, the necessity for more granular financial data across all of the CCOs and ports, and that information should enable us to identify cost and revenue centres, significant projects, assets, so that we've got the ability to know how something is performing. That is critical. We also need to emphasise the necessity for business cases. I still have not seen a business case in any degree of detail for the single operator stadium strategy. No business case, not seen it. Similarly, for any number of exercises that regional facilities, now Auckland Unlimited, are engaged in, we did not see business cases to any degree of detail, and essentially there have been many millions of dollars that have been wasted as a consequence. So that discipline, I'd suggest, needs to be incorporated into these statements of intent, so we've got a common template across the board in terms of how we run all of these operations. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you very much. I now have got to the point where we can safely propose this. It was moved and seconded, so I'm going to put this motion. All those in favour, please, say please aye.
Aye.
Say aye.
Please aye.
I'm losing it. Anyone against? No, thank you very much. We'll move on to item number 12. Hopefully this isn't going to be too controversial. This is to allow the releasing of the interim and full year, and to authorise the Deputy Mayor, who in fact was the finance leader during the period that this is covering. I'll move this, and it'll be seconded by anyone prepared to second that? No one's awake. Councillor Leone, thank you very much. And I'll ask the staff member to address us on this, please.
Tēnā koutou katoa. This is a very short report. It's asking the governing body to delegate authority to the Deputy Mayor to approve the release of the interim and the full year financial results at the end of February and August for the next 3 years. So the reason we ask for this delegation is that the preparation as well as the audit of the accounts is a very long and complex process, and the time frames are tight and changeable. So this makes it quite impractical to set up a governing body meeting at short notice to approve the results. Ngā mihi nui.
I think under the item 28 and 29 explain really with a move behind the Deputy Mayor doing this, because it's the actual Mayor and the Chief who released them. So that makes sense as well. Is there any questions or discussion about this? Surely we've discussed ourselves to death. I think you guys might have won the prize of the quickest one. I'm going to put this motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
The contrary? Aye. Bingo. Thank you. Okay, now this next item 13 is to receive the points, that what happened in the 92 days before I rocked up.
Happy to move, Mr. Chair.
It's being moved by Councillor Walker and seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Well, and so I'll put this after we've got a couple of slides here to wake us all up, which is jolly good.
Happy to take it as read, Mr. Chair. Mr. Mayor.
I want the presentation. Yeah, just a quick one. I want to see this. I've found this very interesting. In the previous short period of time before I got here, we increased debt by $371 million in 91 days, which is pretty good. What's it come to? Let me just have a look. It's $4 million a day. I remember being told off by the press when I suggested that the council were running up more than $3 million a day in debt. And it turned out it was 4. There's something to record there.
Mr. Wilson's got that.
Your Worship, can I suggest a compromise and maybe Karuna takes us through a few key points?
Okay. Excellent. A few key points. Very good.
Yeah, so just the really high-level financial results and key deliverables for the quarter for both group and the AC parent. And if I can just talk through some of the key performance highlights. In terms of our service performance, we there were 24 performance measures, and out of them we met 15 of them, 13 of them, and so we're doing really well. Customer satisfaction and regulatory services were met, stormwater services continue to do well, and we are doing quite well in some of the premises that we're visiting in the high-risk alcohol premises. Of the 6 of the 11 that didn't meet target, they relate to our community facilities and services as they're still recovering from the impacts of COVID-19. However, these are higher than last year and showing signs of recovery, and they're actually expected to increase given the removal of library fines and customer acquisition initiatives. And if I could just pass to Ross to give the group high-level financial results. Ross, over to you.
Yep, just very quickly. So in the September quarter, as the Mayor said, debt increased by $371 million, and that was to fund the capital program, and $543 million of capex was delivered over that period, a bit less than planned because there was the issues with supply chain issues, labour shortages, and lots of sickness, COVID, and other winter flus coming along. On the operating picture, revenue and expenditure were just both slightly above budget, so it kind of nets out on a net basis. It included some central government funding that came in and went out as grants. If you exclude that, things are basically bang on budgets. That is the picture for the quarter to September. We're facing different economic conditions going forward, so probably what is more relevant rather than looking backwards is how do some of the trends look going forward, and we'll give monthly updates to the governing body going forward. John, to just briefly touch on the debt.
Slide.
Skipping the slides.
Oh, skipping the slides. It's probably a bit hard to talk to without a picture, to be fair. Yeah, can we put it up on screen? if we come up on the screen, I can't really talk to it. I can see it, but no one else can. Okay, so what this is showing you is our level of interest rate fixed cover. So briefly explain this chart. So the top blue line is our forecast debt. The red dotted line at the top is our maximum fixed rate cover that we can have under our Treasury policy. And the bottom red dotted line or dashed line is the minimum fixed rate cover we can have under our Treasury policy. The actual there is shown by the dark blue segment there, and the light blue represents our floating component. So that dark blue area there, so that's our fixed rate cover. That's the stuff we put in place either through issuing fixed rate debt or having floating rate debt and converting it through fixed rate debt through interest rate hedges, or what we also call interest rate swaps or interest rate derivatives. Now the point there that you can see is over the next 3 or 4 years, we have roughly $10 billion of fixed rate debt, so pretty well covered, compared to a debt level growing from about 11 billion to 13 billion. The other point here is has been outlined in the mayoral proposal. If we do implement asset sales and manage to reduce debt, you're taking off that top 2 billion there, so really part of that blue portion there, which given the current rising interest rate environment is going to be your most expensive portion of debt. I will just briefly also mention our self-insurance fund for those councillors who are new. Now that's for the first time being reported in your reporting pack that you'll see on page 10. And for those who are familiar with insurance, a self-insurance fund is economically the same as a captive, except it doesn't have the administrative overheads. And the reason for a self-insurance fund at council is to make use of our size and scale of our balance sheet, limit our insurance coverage to the external market, so essentially keep premiums as low as possible, and we keep that expected portion of profit that insurers would otherwise get. And it gives us more flexibility in the insurance market, so when insurance premiums are cheap, we'll use more of the external market, and when insurance premiums are deemed expensive, we'll retain more ourselves. The self-insurance fund was capitalised back in October to $20 million, and we carry a maximum of $10 million of cover on any policy. From your next report you'll see for the December quarter, so you'll get that in February, that'll start to show the investment gains or losses. And I would say you need to take a very long-term view of a self-insurance fund. You're going to see fluctuations both in underwriting and investment performance month on month, but over time you should see that fund grow and enable council to take on more risk and manage its insurance coverage more strategically. I'll just pass over to Andrew. Drop the slide there, do you?
Just hold that last slide there if you don't mind. The one with the that one there. That's something that's worthwhile adding to the consultation program, because that clearly shows that if we sell the airport shares, it's the expensive debt that we're saving, not the cheap debt. And so you get your maximum value out of it now, because that area is not fixed. And so I think might take a bit of explaining to people, but that's pretty valuable, really. You can work that out. Sorry, carry on.
So Ross talked to the group results. This is just a very brief synopsis of Parent. So it's a pretty good news story, although the results, as was pointed out, are back to September, so they're getting a bit stale. So on the top line, we had 3 million net higher revenue. That was in a period when consenting volumes were starting to come off a little bit, but they were more than compensated for by higher rental returns on some of the council properties and higher leisure centre patronage. and we had a one-off injection of money from central government for some wetlands restoration. So slightly above budget on revenue. Direct expenditure, that lower than budget spend was mainly in the maintenance area, again on properties, largely timing on the big town hall, Auckland House and the Henderson Service Centre. A little bit lower also on employee benefits because we're holding as many vacancies as we can for obvious reasons, and that's helping our P&L. In terms of capital expenditure down somewhat, but again, mainly timing. Healthy Waters are taking a little while to get their small capital works program at full steam. They've got a new procurement process which is more efficient, and they're just bedding that in, but that will come right very, very soon. DPO, the big Picton Street project, encountered some unexpected issues with the road that they were digging up. There was a path under it that had to be investigated for heritage reasons. So they're coming through that, and that project's getting back on track. And we also had slower local park land purchases from a timing perspective, just slower to negotiate and settle those. So pretty good picture all round. Timing differences in some areas, but tracking well in the first quarter. Any questions on any of that?
Councillor Williamson. William Morrison. Wallace Williamson,
you can
I'm sorry.
Call me anything you like, just don't call me late for breakfast. Okay, so can we go back to the graph? I'm really quite keen to get a little bit more feeling for that. You've got that graph starting in 22 at about 11 billion of debt. Looks to be sort of halfway between the 10 and the 12. And the max fixed limit looks to be that same number. Is that right?
Yeah, through you, Chair, for the first year or two, it's the same number, so the maximum
It's the same number for the first sort of 2 years or so. And so, in other words, we could have fixed all of the 11 debt.
Through you, Chair, we could have fixed all of it, or we could have fixed about 6 billion.
Right, and right down to 6. But we were told in a number of the workshops that we'd fixed about 80% of the debt. Right? But that dark blue isn't 80% of the debt there. It's more like 95% if you measure it out. There's only a fraction little gap between the dark blue and the 11. So,
yeah. I think you, Chair, what we're doing over the next couple of years, if you look, roughly we're at about 80 to 85% hedged, give or take.
Yeah, but the briefing we had was right now we're about 80% hedged. That's what we were told. Yeah. Okay, and if I look at that dark blue is way up past the 90%. Am I misreading that?
No, through you, Chair, you're not misreading it. The one little thing I would add here is that this includes all the group debt, except actually the port, who currently run their own treasury. So there'll be a little bit of a difference.
I'll take this offline, but I'd really like to understand that graph a lot better than I do, because I think that's got some misleading numbers.
Good point. Thank you very much, Councillor Turner.
Thank you. Just from my education, being a newbie, in local board land, when we got the quarterly report, it came with all our worksheets, spreadsheets of all the work items, completed, not completed, how it was running, actuals compared to compared to budget. Am I missed an attachment here?
Through the Chair, we do provide project reporting at a regional level on our key projects. However, if you do need more detail, we can work through you to get the detail that you'd like. So it's in line with the local board reports.
So the local board reports get more information, more granular, to use Councillor Williamson's, more granular information than us.
So through you, Chair, answer that. I mean, your governor said looking after the whole council, so you're not going to have individual bits of detail on every single thing going on.
I thought I'd gone up the ladder, bulk fund the boards, Mr. Chair, and shut us down. Thank you. I do want all that information, please. Anyway, I'll email you. Thank you.
Councillor Darby, and I've got...
Thanks, Mayor. John, just On that slide there, Watercare at the end of June were carrying just a fraction under 2.6 billion in debt. With the implementation of the three waters, I think you've got healthy waters. There's questions as to how much debt gets transferred there. Maybe it's 1.5, 1.6, 1.7, I don't know. But just when that debt is transferred, because it will be transferred along with the assets, I'm presuming, how does it get transferred? Does it get transferred? I mean, you can't just go and offload, here's our expensive debt, Three Waters, please take that. That's not going to gel. How does that transfer, and when do we get an understanding of the implications of that transfer?
Yeah, through you, Chair. Look, that's a very good question, and one we're trying to work through with officials at the moment. So the first thing about the debt is it can't be novated to them, because our debt investors have invested in Auckland Council as a credit, not some water entity A. So in reality, and I'll use your number of 4 billion, give or take, so it'll be around the number. So water entity A will have to pay council for that debt, and it'll still be our ultimate obligation. Now for us, obviously, if this goes ahead at 1 July 2024, there's not much point us having $4 billion in one day. So what we're proposing is that debt repayment will be spread over, say, 5 or 6 years, or a time period to be determined, and they would be paying us interest based on our cost of interest in those time periods, plus a margin to reflect that we'd in fact be taking credit risk on that new entity. But those details are still being discussed with Wellington at a number of levels.
Okay, Mayor, that's probably something we need to get our heads around, through the next series of budget discussions, not that it affects the annual budget.
I've got Wayne walking next, but while you're paying attention, this a local government funding authority, is that a large proportion of where we get our debt from?
Yes, so the LGFA, we at the moment have about 28%, give or take, of our debt raised through the LGFA, but we are capped at 40% of their issuance. Otherwise, LGFA has too much credit exposure on Auckland Council.
A question here from the chairperson of that, who said, I hope I've been briefed on the gap between CapEx on infrastructure renewals and that required to equate to the annual depreciation charge. It's an issue being commented by the OAG in December 20 report. Now, does that mean anything to you?
It doesn't mean anything to me, no. Can you just maybe repeat that again?
The gap between CapEx on infrastructure renewals and that required to equate to the annual depreciation charge.
Yeah. So that's referring to the fully funding of depreciation?
Yeah.
Which
we're working towards.
We're working towards, and it's going to come in by 2028.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah. Okay, I'm just double checking, but when somebody like that sends me a comment. Righto, Mr. Walker, please.
So, just addressing that graph, quite obviously that's a graph that's showing us where our debt position is at relative to whether we've got cover or not.
No, through you, Chair, that is showing you what cover we've got. That's not showing you our debt position apart from the top line there, which is the overall debt level.
It's showing us our projected debt going out, right?
The top line is?
Sure, I understand that.
Yeah.
I understand that. Quite obviously, there's a related graph that it would be very useful for us to have, which is the impact of that, both real and potential. And the impact is around the interest that we're paying. So I would suggest it would be highly useful for us to have another graph that shows the impact of that. And then further to that, conceivably another graph that might portray what we might be able to do about it. Because in an instance where we haven't got cover and we haven't got hedging, then quite obviously it's desirable for us to do that. I'm assuming that in addition, we, that is the financial part of council do modelling, looking at what the base rates that are going up and what the Fed is doing in the US, because that's driving things, so that we've got some real projections going forward that impact on our financial costs. If we put all of those graphs together, we've then got a framework for decision making and a better framework for governance, which is what I'm pleading for. So I just put that to you, Mr. Mayor. It would be useful for us to have it, because my experience is that we have not had this sort of information. We have not had any investment strategy. This council doesn't have one, and we really need that sort of information. Thank you.
I think that's going to go on the agenda from the gentleman to your right.
Yeah, just through you, Chair, that information on page 6 of the pack you get shows our forecast gross cost of borrowing going out to the end of the long-term plan. So what that encompasses is the blue part you see there, which is locked in at fixed rates, and then the light blue portion there, which is floating rates, and they'll be updated based on forward projections at the time. So what the yield curve is telling us about what we expect interest rates to be in those periods.
Another interesting part of that is that the forward fixed rate is a lot higher than the current fixed rate. So that doesn't show that, and which is a nuance which is missing there. But and so I think that we're getting into something or other which is really, I've asked Councillor Williamson to put on the next agenda for his committee. So prepare yourself to rock up there, but Mr. Williamson has a final say on this one, and then I'll go to Mr. Watson.
Yeah, just to clarify, Chair, those higher future forward rates are baked into our forecast, which you see on page 6. We're not using the current floating rates.
You said, I thought, with that dotted max fixed and min fixed, that was policy. So somebody before I got here put a policy through that was an absolute number or a percentage. Because you've got your debt going up to sort of 15 or so. I don't actually ever believe it'll ever plateau like that and flat, but let's just say it was true. Somehow you've got a 6 billion drop in what you can cover. Is that policy?
Yeah. Through you, Chair, yes, and I'll just explain, first of all, it flatlines after 10 years because that's in the long-term plan, right? So we have no numbers to go beyond.
So it's a good reason.
So, no, just maybe hear me out here. Okay. The dotted red line on the top there is a percentage of the forecast debt, and that deliberately reduces as a percentage because the further you go out, the less certainty you have about what you're going to spend and how debt's going to come out when it comes to the actuals.
Wouldn't the policy be that you try to maximise as much as you could the fixed part of your debt?
Through you, Chair, if we were having this discussion 3 years ago and interest rates were about 1%, we were being told, why on earth are you so fixed, why aren't you floating? What we're trying to do is give you a high degree of certainty about interest costs in the years, and especially years 1, 2, 3 and 4, and that's why you see a high level of that dark blue, which gives you certainty to plan and go and do the stuff which council needs, such as your CapEx and your OpEx.
You know, I'm not even talking about fixing it for sort of 20 or 30 years, but even like now with fixed mortgages and floating mortgages for homeowners, there's enough game playing you can go in and fix quite a good chunk of it for a year or two and still not get caught by big shifts. But if that's a policy that you can't go above that limit on fixing your debt, that just seems... I mean, is that something variable that can be redone every 3 years? Or
I think what we'll do is, in the interest of finishing today, we'll definitely shove that off onto your committee, because it's not that long ago that the fixing that we are praising Peter for was showing a very negative situation. And so there is risks with fixing both ways, but I think that's a very interesting conversation.
Yeah, okay.
We'll all enjoy that at your next thing. It'll be worthwhile coming along. It won't be the usual dry trip. It'll be something worthwhile. So I'm going to finish with John Watson, and then we're going to take a vote.
Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And it's just a question on that top line again of total projected debt, and not going out to 2037 or anything like it, but if I look at what's happened in the 10 or 12 years prior, so we know the legacy council's combined debt was about 3.9 billion, and we're up to say 11 billion by 2022. according to that projection, just say if we just go out for the next 10 years, our level of indebtedness will be tracking at, less than half what it has been for the first 10 years. If it went from 3.9 to 11, or thereabouts in the first 10, give or take a year or two, then the next 10, it's only going up, say, another 3 billion. Okay, what's the explanation for that?
So you Chair, there's a couple of reasons, and just remember this does exclude the Ports of Auckland from this information. But what you find is that once we get to fully funding depreciation by 2028, your cash flows become a lot stronger. So the amount of cash you generate from your business, and that means to fund our CapEx program, we're a lot less reliant on debt than we are currently and have been over the last few years. So fully funding depreciation substantially improves our debt position and our debt ratios.
Okay, just finally to kill that off is that those sorts of graphs are very useful, but they're more useful if they start several years before today, so you can see where we've been. So make use of graphs like that, show up at this thing, and debt graphs are always best to be plus or minus 10 years as well, because you can see where we've been, what the trends are. It reminds us that at the moment people think it's an aberration going back to 7% mortgages. That's normal services resuming. The aberration was the last few years of cheap mortgages. So, okay, I'm going now to put the vote to accept that. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary?
Aye.
Thank you. It's very entertaining. Hopefully we're heading towards the end of the entertainment. Next one is set up the advisory panels. This is to put them in place. Where are we here? This paper seeks your endorsement of my decision to establish sector and advisory panels. I've asked Councillor Ferry to lead on this, and she's done a good job, I like to say. I'm looking forward to seeing how the panels contribute to our decisions, and I'm happy to review them in 12 months to see if they are working. The one significant change I made was to introduce a local business forum. This will bring together the local business organisations, especially the BIDs, and also those ones like Sandringham who've never got round to being a BID but should have, and other business associations, and a focus will be on resisting crime and handling the difficult trading year ahead of us. I'll ask Councillor Ferry first if she has anything to add by way of an introduction, and then we'll go to our staff. Councillor Ferry.
Thank you, and thank you for your kind words. I think I'll just take the report as read from my perspective, but I did just want to thank Victoria in particular, who has prepared some really good information, and we've had some very fruitful discussions. I would just point out to councillors that there is still some work to do on shaping up what these exactly are going to look like, building on success from the last term and the lessons learned as well. So there is still some time to shape what they're actually going to, the format and how they'll work precisely. But this is what we need to do now to get that process started. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually don't think I need to add anything more after those two comments, except perhaps to note that at this point, we didn't recommend the re-establishment of the Heritage Advisory Panel, and I've had subsequent questions since this agenda has come out, so I'd just like to address that. So at this point in the formal and legal process around Plan Change 78, which is the key focus of our heritage team, there isn't an additional role for the panel, as they have already provided advice. Ongoing engagement with members of the heritage community is important and valued, and can continue through a variety of channels. But setting up an official body and an advisory panel wasn't recommended by staff. So I thought I'd just add that in. And then also just to note, there's 2 changes in the Rural Advisory Panel updated terms of reference, which they haven't been attached to this report. So that is to change, move meetings from 2 monthly to quarterly, and an amendment to note that there's responsibility on each panel member to report the key discussion points and decisions back to their respective organisations. So apologies for that error, and they've been sent through to Sandra and they'll be correct on the minutes of this report. Happy to take any questions.
Councillor Walker's busting to ask about this, but I was going to suggest it to him that maybe a portfolio holder position for a person like him would be really good, but we'll find out how we go. I know he's interested in it, although he comes from an area where there are no old buildings. Just old people.
I did send some information to the Mayor via Mr Hardy around the Heritage panel. I'd just make the observation that the Heritage panel itself has not been consulted about this, as far as I know. I certainly hadn't been consulted other than a comment from Mr Hardy. As compared to any of the other panels, perhaps with the exception of the City Centre Advisory Panel, the Heritage Panel is a composition of experts in relative fields, landscape architecture, heritage architecture, I could go on. They only meet quarterly. The cost is actually quite nominal. We're at a time right now where a significant amount of Auckland's heritage is being destroyed. If ever there was an issue that attracted widespread submissions, both in respect of number but also quality, it was around the loss of heritage in Auckland. And yes, you are right. There is a plan change being advanced that was foisted on us by the government, not by us. And if ever there was a time to bring together people in the heritage community to coalesce, to provide some information to council, both around scheduled buildings, which they provide information to us about, of which there are many in Auckland, some of which are owned by council, and other buildings like the old theatre across the road and so on. If ever there was a time for council to receive some advice from a sounding board, that is now. So I'm quite happy to document this, Mr Mayor. I do think it's incredibly remiss that we would not even consult with a panel prior to making a decision. And I would suggest that we would have not done that with the Disability Panel, the Pacific Peoples Panel, the Rainbow, the Youth, the Ethnic, the Seniors, the City Centre, or the Rural Advisory Panel. And I would put some question marks over those panels, frankly, in terms of what they contribute in terms of expert information to this council, but I don't want to go there. So I would urge you to reconsider, Mr Mayor, and I'm happy to provide more information, and I'm sure that the heritage community in Auckland would be more than happy to do that. Thank you.
Okay, I hear that. I've had they're always badgering me as well, because I live in an area where there are old buildings. Councillor Fully, and then Councillor Lee.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair, and thank you, team, for your work on that, and Councillor Ferry as well. I just had a question about the terms of reference in attachment A, in the purpose part, and I'm just reflecting on when I was on the local board and we used to wonder why we weren't able to connect to the advisory panels, or why, you know, and what was our role in terms of the advisory panels. And I would like to see us add local boards in there, so provide advice to the governing body, local boards and council staff, if that's possible. Or was that thought about, or is there a reason why that hasn't been put in there? Okay, that's my first question, and then I've got another one about timeframes as well. Kia ora.
Through the chair, thank you for that question. There is opportunity, and we will be looking to extend it this term to engage with local boards, but in general, the panels, the mayor's panels, to advise the mayor, the governing body, the organisations and CCOs on regional strategies and plans. So that's the reason for that broad regional brief.
Thank you.
That might be something that can come up when I meet the chairs of the local bodies, because I also have raised with them their interaction with the BIDs, and also pointing out that some of those have got large sums of money sitting there unused. So raise that then and please come with me when we do that. Okay?
If I could just add to that there, and Councillor Foley, it's something I'm quite aware of, being ex-local board as well. In the second term, when I was first a chair of a local board, I actually tried to go to most of the advisory panel meetings to watch and learn, and at that time, they largely weren't that interested in engaging much with the local board person. They didn't mind me being there, but they were very much operating in the regional space. That may no longer be the case, and I think that is something that we can keep talking about. But to a large extent, it's probably going to be determined a little bit by what the panels wish to focus on, and whether they have the capacity to deal with 21 local boards as well. So I'm just mindful of that, but definitely keep the conversation going, if that's right, Mr Mayor.
Kia ora, thank you. And my second question was just around timeframes. Do we have an idea of when those expressions of interest will go out, or?
Through the chair, thank you. We were looking to, in terms of the recruitment process, start advertising in January, and so seeking expressions of interest from then.
Although the local boards are not, in the purpose or anything, but I think that our local boards are quite useful at disseminating that kind of information, especially to our communities that don't traditionally engage with council. So, I think that's a good way to work with our local boards. Kia ora. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much for that. The irrepressible Michael Lee.
Mr Mayor, I would like to support Councillor Walker in raising the need, I believe, of a Heritage Advisory Panel. The Heritage Advisory Panel made major contributions, especially to the first Auckland plan, and I think it would send a good signal to our community that we are not shutting down the Heritage Advisory Panel, but we recognise the importance of heritage and the people in the community who are not necessarily politicians who can make a contribution. I chaired it for 6 years, and I think it's worthwhile. Mayor Len Brown appointed me the chair of the first Ethnic Advisory Panel, and after about a month in that role, I realised there was, at that time, with appointments and so on, quite a lot of politics going on. And I thought, well...
Quite a lot of ethnic involvement too.
I had quite a few responsibilities at that time, so I approached another councillor and asked him would he be interested. And this person was extremely enthusiastic about taking on that role. So then I approached Mayor Brown and one of his aides and told him that I'd like to share that role, give that role over. And the young aide, Connor Roberts, said to me, "But your wife is Chinese." And I said to him, "Connor, the Chinese think we white people are ethnic." So I'll leave it at that.
They're getting better. Alf Filipina, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a short question. The setup of the panels, is that through statute, or is that through just standard orders in council?
Through the Mayor, thanks for that question. So under Section 9 of the Local Government Auckland Council Act, the Mayor has the powers, the role and the responsibility to set up processes and mechanisms to engage with the people of Auckland. And the Act even gives a couple of examples. It could be a geographic, a cultural, or a regional group, a cultural group. So we've had a number of these panels since predating amalgamation and since. So that's the statutory aspect of the role, and that these panels are a manifestation of that compliance with the legislation, but they're also just through precedent and ongoing commitment of various council governing bodies, a way that we engage with, hear from a large percentage of diverse communities and different communities of interest in Tamaki.
And just supplement your last question, Your Worship, if there's any change to that, will it need legislative change, or can His Worship the Mayor change who they advise with and to?
So, through the chair, it's actually up to the Mayor in terms of which mechanisms they would like to set up. So we use advisory panels as that mechanism, but it could be other mechanisms, and that's part of the review process as well. We've always looked at how the advisory panels model evolves, and that's why they're reviewed every single term to make sure it's still fit for purpose, meeting the governing body's priorities and interests, budget requirements, and hearing from those diverse voices. Thanks.
Councillor Watson and then Councillor Stewart.
Just a brief comment, if that's okay, Mr. Mayor, not a speech, but I was just following on from Councillor Lee, not on the ethnic story, but on the Heritage Advisory Panel. I would just point out the glaring irony that at a time when there's never been more interest in Auckland's heritage, vis-a-vis what that plan change is doing to our special character, that we announce the decision to withdraw or cancel or ditch the Heritage Advisory Panel. It doesn't seem to be particularly good timing to me. What has emerged through that plan change is a degree of expertise and interest from big swathes of Auckland, and not just people who happen to live in Birkenhead Point or Devonport, but from right across the board who appreciate Auckland's heritage and wants to hold on to it. So I would strongly urge you, if that's possible, Mr. Mayor, to reconsider the ditching of the small but expert grouping that has attempted to keep some oversight over Auckland's heritage. I would just say that it's needed now more than ever, would be my view. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'll take that on board, for both the comments of you and your friend. I've had quite a bit to do with this over the years. Well, I live in a heritage building, or one of mine is, and I'm an approved builder for NZHPT. But I was going, seeing as we're in the competition for little witty stories as a result of Councillor Lee, some years ago, my consulting engineering business here got won the job of arranging the permits and everything to pull down His Majesty's Theatre, which was, I'm sure, Mr. Wilson will be suddenly poised to write about this as another Philistine. But it was just a job. I didn't have a view on it, but we went through the process. And at the time, the then mayor, who was Dame somebody or other, very famous Dame, I can't remember her name, that's right. She campaigned wildly about how bad this was, but she was also trying to get another one up the road up. And so she got up at 5 a.m. to give us the permit to pull it down. And then came back at 9 o'clock along with the people to oppose it. Very good. And it was a dreadful old building, actually, because I remember when I was young, one time Mum and Dad had enough money to take me to the theatre, to My Fair Lady, and we went in there and I got sat down behind a post. So I didn't see My Fair Lady, I saw this post, and years later I was able to drive the digger to pull that bloody post down. So there you are. Sorry about being hilarious, not hilarious. Privilege. Okay, I'll take notice of that. Sharon Stewart, Shane Henderson, Chris Darby, and a vote.
Yeah, no, I was just going to support Councillor Walker with the heritage as well, and for some of the reasons of which you just mentioned. But do we know how much it actually costs us for all these panels, and how many people are on each of the panels, and how many staff members are looking at? Because I think all this is important.
Well, that's a very good point, and that was one of the reasons I was trying to reduce them, because you could actually find that we needed one for Nepalese and left-handed fiddlers, banjo players and other people. What is the cost of a panel?
304,000.
Eh?
304,000. For each panel.
Total or each? Okay, we'll put a cap on the whole bloody cost and we can add one in within the same price. I'll give it a bit of thought. So I'll look into it and I'll get some further information from staff. Okay, but we haven't killed it off yet. But I am trying to give out a message of restraint. Thank you for that, Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, thanks. I'll be brief, just a couple of brief comments. Just thanks, Councillor Ferry, for your hard work on this. And I just want to acknowledge Councillor Kathy Casey, who was always so passionate about this kind of area. I'm really excited to be involved in the Youth Advisory Panel again. I'm still the youngest councillor, just quietly. But I am pretty keen to sort of start working on more of a zonal representation. So we've got one from east, one from west, one from north, etc., right? And then encouraging our young people to have a good relationship with the councillors within their zone, and if they want, local boards as well, so that we've got a really close relationship with our youth, so that we get those sort of voices across. Just in terms of any proposed heritage panel, I have to say, we already have a panel that bends over backwards to look after the interests of special character zones, and we're sitting in it right now. So we don't need any more.
Very good point.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, what? You've got the governing body, what do you want? Hello, we're obviously going to get through to the end of the day before I have the youth, a scrap between the youth and the heritage. Councillor Darby, can you bring some rationality to this madness?
Question for Victoria. Victoria, when you looked at your review and you looked at the Heritage Panel, were you confident that the Heritage Panel was addressing its full terms of reference, or was it dwelling a lot on built heritage and not looking at cultural heritage, archaeological heritage, and scientific heritage, and all the other, areas that should be addressed under the heritage label? What did you find there when you looked at that?
Through the chair, thank you for that question. The focus of the Heritage Advisory Panel in the last term, and bearing in mind it was a really truncated term, was around central government's legislation, and so national policy statement, urban development, and the plan change special character. So that the work of the heritage team and the interests of the panels, that was what was driving that conversation. So this advice to not re-establish the Heritage Advisory Panel at this time comes from the heritage team, in that they are focused on Plan Change 78, and obviously the panel's already inputted into that. And because of where it's sitting in the process, there's no further opportunity for them at this point to input into that work. That's not to say that there isn't extremely valuable heritage conversations to be going on in exactly the spaces you're suggesting, but just whether there's other engagement mechanisms that we could use besides a formal body, a formal advisory panel providing strategic advice, because what the heritage team are dealing with is that Plan Change 78. So any strategic advice is sitting in that space. But we could definitely, and we've discussed investigating other channels to make sure that we're still getting that engagement with that important community of interest, just not recommending it's a formal panel.
Okay, leave that one there. And just a quick comment, Mayor, I like these changes. Having sat on the City Centre Advisory Board, now called the City Centre Advisory Panel, and the recommendation that elected members do not vote. They participate, they observe and participate, but they don't vote. I personally don't think that any elected member that is part of a panel should be in a position of leading it or voting, because there's a conflict there. There's an immediate conflict. Either we're going to give it over genuinely to Aucklanders who are chosen to be part of the panel and then provide advice back to us. But I think when you temper it with the voting power of an elected member, I think there's a conflict there. And I think that probably needs to be looked at.
Okay, thanks for that. I agree with your sentiments. I'll allow Councillor Walker a supplementary, but just...
Yes, just addressing that last issue, there is no pecuniary interest on the Heritage panel. I don't receive any additional income. There is no conflict of interest. It is purely a liaison role. So you go there as an observer. Further to that, I would just suggest that it would have been really great if there had been a report about this in the agenda around the Heritage panel, of which I think there is no mention. So I'm bringing that to the attention of the officers. And further to that, for the record, over the period of time that the Heritage panel was in place, and Councillor Lee will attest to this, of course, there was no Plan Change 78. But the Heritage panel still had business to do, dealing, as I pointed out earlier, with scheduled heritage buildings, of which there are a number around Auckland, and of which there are many that are under threat, and of which there are a number of which that we are reliant on philanthropy, goodwill on the part of developers and others to secure those buildings, because this council does not have the funding to do that. So were it not for the fact that we have people in the community to interact with, we would have lost a significant amount of heritage. And that panel, in a small way, a very small way, provides some leverage to that. And I would suggest that if it is possible to have a report, perhaps on the part of panel members, who, as I mentioned earlier, are very competent and many of whom are expert in their field. And that also includes matters to do with iwi, of which the panel encompasses, and archaeology and other things. Then we might have something of substance to go on, rather than what I would suggest is rather limited. But I do not want to be too critical here, Mr. Mayor. Suffice to say that I'm rather disappointed with the way this is being handled. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'll refer your concerns to the Richard Hills Planning Committee, and they can review whether or not they would feel that their performance was encouraged or supported. I'm going to let Councillor Ferry finish off a little bit. Do you really want another go, Councillor Lee?
Just very briefly.
Please, very briefly. You guys have been on and on for ages.
In terms of Councillor Darby's point about archaeology, during the 6 years I was chairing the Heritage Advisory Panel, and I'm certainly not volunteering for that role, but we did deal with archaeology. There's not a lot going on at the present time in Auckland, but we received regular reports on the very important archaeological work associated with the Eastern Busway, mainly in the very culturally sensitive Panmure Mount Wellington area, relating to those old past sites of Makoia and Maui Naina. We also had presentation from underwater archaeologists from the Underwater Heritage Group, and also work related to the excavation of the oldest known trading vessel, sailing vessel, found at Kaipara Heads, the schooner Daring, and the panel was able to, through myself, write to the Prime Minister to persuade Heritage New Zealand to be more cooperative in the private person, John Street, who paid for its excavation and rescue and restoration. So the panel covers more than just built heritage as such.
Well, I'm going to refer that to Councillor Hill's panel for his comment, and because a lot of that's covered under planning, under the change as we've had already. I just want to make one little comment about the Rural Advisory Panel. You'll note that I have put forward the 2 rural councillors, and we had suggested that they don't meet in Auckland, they meet alternatively in Rodney and in Franklin, because there's no point having a rural panel that meets in an urban setting. And so that's the agreement, and Councillor Baker will host it one time and Councillor Sayers will host the next one. I think it's a very good solution. I'll allow this to be summed up by Councillor Ferry, and then we're going to vote on it.
Thank you very much. So I would just note that I guess I'm new to this table, but I would expect that when people are debating something, they are addressing it to the other elected members and not to members of staff. And I think that that's a really important principle that we should abide by when we're being quite forceful in the way that we speak. So I did just want to note that first up. So there was a review of the Heritage Advisory Panel, which was conducted last term, as they're all reviewed, and there is a document on that. I was not on the last governing body, but my understanding is I think that those were made available, but we can make that available again, that's fine. And I support the point that's been made by the staff member that the advice was to not go on with it this term, but to potentially look at it again in the future. And some of the reason for that is that the plan change process, basically all the people who are on the panel have submitted to that plan change process. And that's the main piece of work that they would be giving advice to governing body on. So they would also be submitters on the plan change. So that's actually quite tricky to manage in terms of that aspect. There's also been some points raised about the expertise of people on other panels. I'd just like to point out to my governing body colleagues, the purpose of the panels, particularly the what we refer to as the demographic rather than the sector panels, is actually twofold. So one is to provide advice to us as the governing body and to the Mayor on issues that we may miss because we don't have lived experience or expertise in those particular areas, okay? And because those areas are often underrepresented in our formal processes and indeed at this table itself and in local boards too, potentially. The other part of it is for them to give us advice on how as an organisation council can engage better directly with those communities as well. So I would just put that across to you that there are two purposes there for the demographic ones in particular, and that what we're looking for out of the members of these panels is that they're operating in more of a trustee space than a delegate space. Governing body members may be familiar, I've mentioned this before, it goes back to my politics degree, which was a very long time ago, and I don't get to mention it very often, but today it is relevant, and I will revel in that, because a trustee is someone who's been put in a position because they are trusted to make good decisions and give good quality advice. A delegate is someone who is there on behalf of and expected to go back and forth with their community. Now, our roles span both, and we go back and forth between them at different times and in different processes. With these members of the advisory panels, we're going to try to be super extra clear this time around. They are there in a trustee role because there have been some messy stuff around them being seen as delegates from their community or from particular parts of their community. So some of that's about protecting them, but it's also about being really clear about what the role is. I'd also note that Member Lee, you mentioned not much archaeological work at the moment. There's actually a lot happening around the Maunga, and in Poketapapa there's a whole lot of Kāinga Ora redevelopment, which is, they've got archaeologists working with them on the sites. So, that work does continue. Finally, I would just draw people's attention to the seniors panel commentary that's in the report. So the seniors panel have signed off on the age-friendly plan, and the idea is to move them into more of a space of potentially being more like oversight of a specific plan that they've been involved in and which now applies to council. we're going to trial that basically with them and see how that goes. And that's why I put my hand up to be the liaison council for seniors, also acknowledging that sometimes it's a bit sensitive when the mayor has to choose an appropriate councillor to be the one to liaise with the seniors panel. So I thought I'd just take that mess away from him and put my hand up and volunteer. I'm seniors adjacent at this point in my life. So there is some intention with this term to kind of evolve some of the panels where they're interested to do that, and see what that new space might look like. And potentially, obviously we want to get their input through the annual budget and also through the long-term plan, but potentially after that to work on what terms of reference for each panel might look like. And that would be a really good opportunity to have a conversation about, do we bring the heritage panel back into the equation now that the plan changes are through? Do we add some other lenses? Are there some different ideas that we could do? So definitely very open to how this will evolve over the next 3 years. I hope that puts people's minds at ease. Thank you.
Thank you. This has been moved by Councillor Ferry and seconded by myself. I'll put the thing to endorse the Mayor's proposal to establish demographic and sector advisory panels. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, aye. Carried. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I can feel the home stretch coming. Future for local government review. Okay, this is to seek approval to, thank you, prepare a council submission. We are being addressed by, Miss O'Shaughnessy herself, who had the misfortune to witness my presentation to the local government review panel, which did not go that well for them. Of the 29 recommendations they made, I disagreed with 28 of them, so I think Ms O'Shaughnessy has picked up on that it won't be enormously positive. The one I agreed with was that the government should pay rates on schools and police stations and hospitals and other bits and pieces that are in our areas and receive. And so, can you make a sufficiently short one that doesn't start off my perennial commentators, and then we might get out of here.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, this report is simply to seek approval for council staff to prepare a submission. We will base that on discussion with the review panel on previous engagement that the council has had with the review panel and on existing council positions. There will be an opportunity for the governing body to provide input. I would appreciate any input via email to me before Christmas or during January. There'll be a workshop, proposing a workshop early February to look at key issues for the draft submission. Will provide an opportunity for you to review a final draft before bringing it back to the governing body on the 23rd of February to approve. The submissions close on the 28th of February.
Is that a question, or did you want to propose?
I was just going to move it in light of what seems to be a fairly comprehensive follow-up process in terms of ability to feedback. I'll save any comments to later in the piece then, I think, in the new year.
I do have a question from Councillor Fully.
Sorry, very quick question. Just in terms of that process, when do the local boards get involved and give their feedback?
Thank you, Councillor Fully, through the chair. We'll have a briefing with local boards on the 23rd of January. Actually, sorry, late January, 20th of January, I think. And we have prepared a report for their business meetings. They'll have an opportunity to provide feedback for us to consider incorporating into the submission. They'll also have an opportunity to append their views to the council submission, as is common practice.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. This has been moved and seconded. All those in favour, please say aye. All those against, please say no. Nobody said against. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's been a very long and fruitful day. Haven't I not? Oh, bugger. Oh, yeah, last one. Yeah, it's just receiving a lot of nonsense, so. Righto, bingo. The Deputy Mayor and Councillor Walker. All those in favour of whatever it was, please say aye. Thank you very much. Good. I'm now going to call this meeting to a close. Carried with acclamation. Thank you very much. Members are welcome to retire to the Mayor's office. I've finally managed to get some beer into the fridge, so you may as well empty it because it's the end of the year. Okay, that will cause several leguimas, no doubt, but